Surely the future's not already preordained. Gosh, this is so fucking stupid. Faced with such an existential crisis, some have sought a way of introducing randomness into the equation. If there are no spirits or gods, and only physics governs us and the world we live in, then maybe the physics is less predictable than one would think. One seemingly attractive way of escaping the determinist view is to get rid of predictability at the smallest level of the brain. This is where we enter the mysterious and peculiar world of quantum physics, where the rules that govern the physical world we know no longer apply. And if these rules are gone, then so has the predictability of how our brain works, thereby leaving the door ajar for some freedom of choice. Section Charming Quarks. The world of quantum physics is weird. It doesn't obey the laws of the normal world. Elements can pop in and out of existence, be in two places at the same time, and basically not conform to the sorts of rules of matter that operate in the Newtonian world. Put simply, quantum physics has revealed that the basic building blocks of matter, the elemental subatomic particles, behave in decidedly unpredictable ways. They are known as indeterminate as opposed to determined. They don't behave like objects in the Newtonian world. These elementary particles of matter are known as quarks. Their unpredictability undermines determinism because it indicates that laws of cause and effect do not apply at the quantum level. Advocates of this position argue that if the fabric of the universe is inherently unpredictable, then choices are not determined and multiple potential futures are possible. This is why quantum indeterminacy is reassuring to those who want to retain the possibility that we are free to decide our own destiny. One of the problems of applying quantum indeterminacy to explain free will is that the signaling between neuronal networks in the brain happens at a level much larger in scale than that observed at the subatomic particle level at which indeterminacy happens. It's like saying the individual grains of sand that make up an individual brick could influence the structure of a cathedral made out of millions of bricks, as well as the societies that spawn from such institutions. More importantly, even if randomness at the quantum level somehow translated up to the molecular level of brain activation and the macro level of societies, then that would equally not be a satisfying account of what most of us experience as free will. Decisions would not be choices, but rather the outcome of random events, which is not free will either. As I quipped in my last book, Super Sense, even if there were a ghost in the machine exercising free will, then we don't want one flipping a coin when it comes to making a decision. Our belief in free will not only reflects our personal subjective experience of control over actions on a daily basis, but also our own ignorance of the mechanisms, both conscious and unconscious, that determine our decisions. Man, I feel like that can be even better, but that's fantastic. I've been looking, in a lot of videos, and we're not going to harp on this now, but I have hours of me talking about consciousness and my dad and stuff. And I only realized a couple months into, so within the last few months, I was like, but also, it doesn't even make sense to try to explain mind stuff with subatomic stuff. It just doesn't even make sense because that's not this right, scale. That's not, mind stuff is on the neuronal architectural chemical scale. That's what we attribute every mental thing. But then, and so I do like what he was trying to do here, and maybe you get what I'm saying with this. Maybe that works really well here. It's just that you can sort of imagine a cathedral, and then you can imagine somehow all of the bricks, you can imagine them as blocks of sand. But what would be better is if you have to imagine the details, the arches. Imagine an arch of bricks or a bridge made of bricks. And it's because of the force of the bricks interacting with each other, not the interactions between the sand. But see, it kind of is though, isn't it? Because the bricks are sort of just sand. So that's why it sort of makes it tricky. It has to be where like... Well, anyway, no, we're not going to harp on that. Okay, but yeah, I'm just going to read that again. It's like saying the individual grains of sand that make up an individual brick could influence the structure of a cathedral made out of millions of bricks, as well as the societies that spawn from such institutions. I know where I think I know absolutely where he's going with that. Not sure that that's perfect, or that gets it even across, but anyway, if it did, awesome. Love that. Many people find such a conclusion deeply disturbing, as if their life is already predictable. Dan Dennett is quoted as saying, "When we consider whether free will is an illusion or reality, we are looking into an abyss. What seems to confront us is a plunge into nihilism and despair." Gosh. But Dan Dennett... But why should that be upsetting? Many things in life are not what they seem. Arguably, all of our perceptions are illusions because we don't have any privileged access to reality. Our minds are a matrix simulating reality. Even the physical world is not what it seems. Quantum physics reveals that a solid brick is made up of more space than matter. Does a deeper understanding of the nature of the brick undermine how we could behave when someone throws one at our head? Clearly not. The pessimistic view of determinism is also unwarranted because we simply wouldn't be able to comprehend the patterns of causality in any meaningful way. Aside from very simple actions that we consider next, the complexity of the underlying processes that make up our mental lives is going to be one that proves impossible to predict with any degree of certainty. It might as well be random and undecided. It's like watching a soccer match. We appreciate that the laws of physics govern the movement of the players and ball, but that does not mean you can predict with any certainty how the moves in the game will play out. At best, we may be able to get close to figuring out what will happen, but to use a term borrowed from engineering, there are simply too many degrees of freedom to make an accurate prediction of what the system will do. The problem of too many degrees of freedom means that every time you add another factor that can exert an influence on your decision making, you change the predictability of a system. Probably like exponentially, right? Because you get two more choices every time. It's like 2 raised to the however many elements there are. Or 2 options, or 2 possible states or whatever. I wish I didn't use a soccer match because there are humans in that, right? And humans have this stupid fucking sense that humans are like not physical entities. But imagine a pinball machine, right? So I'm going to read that again as though he was talking about a pinball machine. Or what's something else? Or I don't know. Pinball machine seems like the most complicated of things, sort of. Or how about a golf? You can't predict exactly where the ball is going to go, even if can maybe predict its general sense, but you don't know exactly how it's going to bounce off. No, I'm not going to read it again, but you get it. Let's consider some numbers again. With just 500 neurons, the number of possible different patterns of connections you could have exceeds the I do have to pause again, I'm sorry, because we had guessed that he said even if you have so it was 2 to the 500 was how many permutations there are, and whatever, and he wanted the exponent, the power to be such that the whole thing is 500. So 2 to the what would be 500? 2 to the like 10th. Alright, hold on. Let's just do it. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 512. Ah, close. Okay. All right. All right. So back in whatever we read, his exponent was 500. He said 2 to the 500 is 2 to the 500, whatever. What it meant was 2 to the ninth. Even with 2 to the ninth neurons, you get 2 to the 500th possible patterns. So with just 500 neurons, the number of possible different patterns of connections you could have exceeds the estimated total number of atoms in the observable universe. With billions of neurons, each with up to 10,000 connections, that suggests an almost infinite number of possible brain states. So figuring out what each pattern of electrical activity does is simply not feasible. The other problem is that no two brains are identical. Even identical clones of a very simple organism such as the water flea, when raised in the same environment, have different patterns of neural connections. So any mapping of one's brain is not going to apply directly to that of another. A final nail in the coffin of predictable determinism is that thousands of different brain states can produce the same output. This is known in philosophy as multiple realizability. Super. This is known in philosophy as multiple realizability, although I prefer the more familiar phrase, there is more than one way to skin a cat. What this means simply is that many different patterns of brain activity can produce the same thoughts and behaviors. There is no unique one-to-one mapping between the brains. There is no unique one-to-one mapping between the brain's activities and the output of the individual. For example, scientists looked at a much simpler nervous system than the human brain, the gut of a lobster, and carefully recorded as many different patterns of activity of the nerves that control the digestive movements. They found that thousands of different patterns produce the same behavior. For any individual cell, there are multiple patterns of activity with other connecting cells that produce the same output. Multiple realizability is likely to be true for the human brain as well, I suppose. In other words, our thoughts and behaviors are realized in multiple pathways of activity, which is a good thing. Remember that the neural networks are massively parallel. This means that the same neurons can be triggered by a variety of spreading activations. This parallel structure explains the speed, complexity, and ultimately the richness of mental life. But it also means that you are never going to be able to map it out precisely, even with the same individual brain. I feel like that also depends on how you categorize things, how you label what's what. But no, I guess if it arrives at the same ultimate, then it's in the node, it kind of gets lost. Okay. And that's why it didn't matter what arrived there, what the exact antilivery was. Okay. Despite the complexity of the mathematics of brain activity, many are still deeply unsatisfied with a materialist account of the mind, even if it is not predictable. We want to believe that we are more than fleshy computing devices that have evolved to replicate. We're not simply meat machines. Maybe there is some as yet undiscovered force at work. After all, we are continually reminded that most of the universe is made up of stuff that we know is there but cannot measure. How can scientists rule out the non-material explanation for the mind and free will if they themselves admit that they do not know everything? The answer is they can't. Science can only investigate and evaluate different models of the world, and those models are only going to be approximations of the true state of the universe, which frankly we may never know. But science is continually moving forward and progressing by refining the models to better fit the evidence. And the evidence comes from our observations. However, sometimes observations are wrong. The big trouble with free will is that it just feels so real. All of us think that our thoughts happen in advance of what we do. Time moves forward. We experience that our thoughts cause actions. It turns out that this is wrong. And we know this from the simple press of a button. Section, living in the past. Imagine that I ask you to push a button whenever you feel like it. Just wait until you feel good and ready. In other words, the choice of when you want to do it is entirely up to you. After some time, you make the decision that you are going to push the button, and lo and behold, you do so. Low spelled with a W. What would be more obvious as an example of what could be more obvious as an example of free will? Nothing. Except that you have just experienced one of the most compelling and bizarre illusions of the human mind. In the 1980s, Californian physiologist Benjamin Liebe was working on the neural impulses that generate movement and motor acts. Prior to most voluntary motor acts, such as pushing a button with a finger, a spike of neural activity Prior to most voluntary motor acts, such as pushing a button with a finger, a spike of neural activity occurs in the brain's motor cortex region that is responsible for producing the eventual movement of the finger. This is known as the readiness potential. All right, let me do that again. Hold on. All right. Prior to most... No. I need a blocker. It's my channel. Just gonna vent for 2 seconds. I had a friend who doesn't know what evolution is, and that's okay by itself. It's not ideal, tells you about the human culture that we don't even know. We don't even really learn about our origins and the forces of our origins, but not a problem. The problem is Dunning-Kruger, when we think that we understand something and we don't. So I knew that she didn't understand it because I had asked and she had demonstrated that she didn't understand it. But then she wanted to demonstrate that she did understand it because she didn't like me saying that she didn't know what evolution was and that she had no business trying to discuss consciousness with me before I had explained to her evolution, basic stuff about science, the brain. She'll say stuff like, "Oh, that's the scientific approach." Or she asked me, "Can you do a scientific neuroscience class for me?" That doesn't mean anything. The class can't be scientific. The class can teach you facts, and yeah, we got those facts by measuring the world, and we call that science. It's just a fancy word for just studying and observing the world, as this guy has just said, right? Let's not pretend like this word is somehow limiting something. No. It's a science class, but it's not going to be a scientific class. We're not going to be doing experiments. We're not going to be ourselves measuring anything or observing anything. That's not what science is. Not just things that are about the world. Science is the study of the world through measuring it. Yeah. So And then, so how to demonstrate that she knew about, we'll call her JS. No, I don't know. I'll call her Sonia. So, to demonstrate she knows. No, I mean, I know a little bit about evolution. We descended from great apes. Okay. But if that's what you think evolution is, one, we are great apes. Okay. It's like saying humans descended from humans. We are great apes. Okay. Tell me in the comments if I'm wrong about that. Number two, okay, but that's not what evolution is. What's important are the mechanisms of evolution. The fact that when new things appear and they are beneficial, they have a better chance of sticking around. And that's how you get more and more complex entities. And so that's, of course, is going to be important for our understanding of the mind. Because we're like, oh, how the fuck could the mind do that? Well, let's look at its evolution. First, it was just taking in some light and blah, blah, blah. And then, and then it was just, you keep adding these layers of sort of processing. And before you know it, you have some incredible things, as Bruce Hood has said in this book. Anyway, so that was just to vent that, and the reason I'm venting is it's really the Dunning-Kruger thing. It's the commitment to proving that she knows enough about evolution. And then she asked me, and hey, could you explain what's the relationship between evolution and the brain? The brain evolved. What do you mean? But I'm going to do a presentation of evolution, of science in general, and of the brain for her. And so I just need her to slow down. And she's going to understand those things. And when I hear those questions, what's evolution? What's the relationship between evolution and the brain? I'm hearing skepticism. Because if you thought about it for 2 seconds, what do you mean? The brain's a biological thing. Evolution is a biological process. What do you mean? Okay, I'm sorry. All of that's fine. Because what I need to block her now, because I just got a text from her that distracted me saying, oh, wait, I get it, because evolution is about natural selection. Actually, yes. Actually, so now she has sort of gotten it. What's funny is that we have to, she keeps, and it's not a terrible, I mean, it is terrible, but it's not a terribly ineffective way to learn. To say, I know this thing. Here's, here's what I know. And then the person goes, no, that's wrong. Oh, okay, because she does adjust in a lot of cases. There's some fundamental things where but she does adjust quite well. I know there's a way in which she doesn't, but there's a lot, she does quite well. And so she says, I know this. Here's what I know. Look, you don't know it. That is wrong. Okay, yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. And that's what she said. Okay, but still, I know stuff about evolution. I know this. But still, you're missing the point. Okay. And then, I have to show her how she's missing the point. Okay. Okay, so then I don't know it then, because I didn't know that bit. It's not an ineffective strategy. It's just frustrating for me. But I guess if I remember it as an ineffective strategy, and I remember it as not an ineffective strategy, and I remember that I kind of take a step back, remember that this is just sort of a part of the process. Maybe I can adjust to it. Maybe. But the thing is that if we go back to basics, actually, if she just says, I know nothing about evolution, what is it? Tell me about it. If we just go back to basics, then, we can really build an understanding rather than just trying to build one by constantly correcting. Yeah, so I guess the strategy that's sort of happening right now of affirmation, learning how affirmation is wrong, rather than just learning which affirmations would be correct. It's best for when you need to adjust, when you've got the basics and then you need to adjust. So it's like a later step. So if you're listening to this, that's a later step. And so you're okay to sort of use that strategy, and or to that's fine that that's programmed in. It's programmed in for me as well. That's a strategy I often use when in sort of a disagreement with someone. I'll say, well, this is why I think that. Show me how that's wrong. So that is okay. But at this point, what we need to do, and the reason you're driving me absolutely nuts right now, and that I just had to block you again, is because I don't want you making it, and I've said this 100 times, I don't want you making any affirmations. You don't have the basics to make affirmations. That we don't just need to be adjusting little things. There needs to be a fundamental rebuilding of your concept of what science is, of your understanding of evolution, and of your understanding of the brain and the mind. All right. All right. I just vented for all. I don't know whether that was a part of the videos you're watching now. Maybe it was. Maybe I also made it its own video. Okay, so all right, so here we go. We're doing the push of the button. So I should go back a bit. In 1980s, Californian physiologist Benjamin Libet was working on the neural impulses that generate movements and motor acts. Neural impulse, motor action. Prior to most voluntary motor acts, such as pushing a button with a finger, a spike of neural activity occurs in the brain's motor cortex region that is responsible for producing the eventual movement of the finger. This is known as the readiness potential, and it is the forerunner to the cascade of brain activation that actually makes the finger move. Of course, in making a decision, we also experience a conscious intention or free will to initiate the act of pushing the button about a fifth of a second before we actually begin to press the button. But here's the spooky thing. Libet demonstrated that there was a mismatch between when the readiness potential began and the point when the individual experienced the conscious intention to push the button. By having adults watch a clock with a moving dot that made a full rotation every 2.65 seconds, Libet established that adults felt the urge to push the button a full half second after the readiness potential had already been triggered. In other words, the brain activity was already preparing to press the button before the subject was aware of his own conscious decision. I have to rephrase that. I'm sorry, I have to. In other words, the brain activity necessary for the movement was had already been triggered, or was already preparing to press the button before the brain activity involved through which the intention was noted. Yeah. Okay. I'm not the author. Let me try again. So your conscious decision, your awareness of the decision, your conscious intention or free will to initiate the act is activity somewhere in the mind, in the brain. Also is activity is the actual act. And what's weird is that the act actually started before the conscious intention. You would think, if you were a fucking idiot and hadn't watched any of my videos, you would think that the conscious intention happens, and then following that, because it's the cause, right? The conscious intention happens. Yes, I'm aware of this thing, and it triggers the readiness potential for the action. But actually, boom, and then boom, and then boom. So during this whole process is when the conscious intention happens. So I don't want to, because we don't want to distinguish between brain and self, right? There is no self, right? All right. So yeah, conscious intention, whatever that might mean, there's some brain activity somewhere that isn't needed as a cause, considering that it happened after the readiness potential. This interval was at least twice as long as the time between consciously deciding to push the button and the actual movement of the finger. So, conscious decision to push the finger and push the finger. Okay, that amount of time that happened is X. Or T, okay? Decision. That's T, okay? Now, the readiness potential, the actual start of this, happened 2T before this. So the whole thing, I guess, takes 3T. And the conscious decision happens in the last third. So this is well in the works. And you go, you know what? I'm going to press this button. 1T. 1T. 2T. Hey, I'm going to press this button. 3T. Okay? Whoa! This interval was at least twice as long as the time between consciously deciding to push the button and the actual movement of the finger. This means that when we think of that we are consciously making a decision, it has already happened unconsciously. In effect, our consciousness is living in the past. One might argue that half a second is hardly a long time, but more recently, researchers using brain imaging have been able to push this boundary back to 7 seconds. They can predict on the basis of brain activity which of 2 buttons a subject will eventually press. This is shocking. As you can imagine, these sorts of findings create havoc for most people. How can we be so out of touch with our bodies? Do we have no conscious control? The whole point about voluntary acts is that we feel both the intention to act and the effort of our agency. We feel there is a moment in time when we have decided to do something, which is followed by the execution of the act. Brain science tells us that in these experiments, the feeling of intention occurs after the fact. However, Lebes's findings do not mean that intention cannot precede actions. We can all plan for the future, and it would be ludicrous to say otherwise. For example, in the morning, I made the decision to check the mailbox. At the end of the drive in the afternoon, I made the decision to check the mailbox. At the end of the drive in the afternoon, and I did just that. I made a plan of action and then enacted it. There is no readiness potential in my brain to visit the mailbox. Likewise, many other actions happen without conscious deliberation. And thank goodness for that. Imagine if you had to think about jamming on the brakes in a vehicle pileup. You would be a goner. I'm sorry. Thinking is also an illusion, kind of. But anyway, let me just say this. No action happens with conscious deliberation. Consciousness is always playing catch up. Just some kind of a latent observer, okay? Or a set of latent observers, or the act of latently observing. And then, of course, you don't need to be latently observing and taking slow decisions for everything. So we evolved that the things that have this conscious flavor, the things that, and those are slower things, that's limited. I shouldn't have stopped. I'm sorry. I just felt so bad. I think that's what threw me off. I don't know. Okay. Whether it is long-term goals or automatic behaviors triggered by external events, in both instances, the experience of intention happens either well in advance or sometimes not at all. Our actions don't always follow our intentions, as in the Liebe demonstration. What Liebe, whatever findings really show is that in a situation where we are asked to both initiate a willed action and monitor when we think we have initiated the action, the preparation for the movement happens well before we become aware of our intention. Most people find this amazing. However, neuroscientists are less impressed because they know the brain generates both the movement and conscious awareness. This makes impartiality and objective evaluation impossible. I understand that sentence. Another problem, this makes impartiality impossible. And this makes objective evaluation impossible. Yeah, because it's the brain doing the conscious awareness. So it can't really actually judge when it measured it. I don't know. Or when it did it. I don't know. Another problem for interpreting the time course of events is that the brain activation that generates conscious awareness is not a single point in time, but rather is distributed. In other words, although we can suddenly become aware of an instance when we have made a decision, that process must have been building up for some period. It may feel like it happened spontaneously just before we moved our finger, but it didn't. We just thought so. Spinoza figured this out 350 years ago. T'as pas honte? One big misinterpretation of Libé's findings and of appreciating the true nature. Oh, that t'as pas honte was not for Sonia. Because sometimes I think she thinks, anyway. All right. One big misinterpretation of Libé's findings and of appreciating the true nature of the self in general is that one cannot passively wait for an urge to occur while at the same time monitoring when one becomes conscious of bringing it about. We cannot step outside of our mind and say, yes, that's when I felt the urge to move, and then that's when I actually started to do so. You cannot have your mental cake and eat it too. As the philosopher Gilbert Ryle pointed out, in searching for the self, one cannot simultaneously be the hunter and the hunted. Such reasoning reflects our inherent dualist belief that our mind is separate from our body. We may think that our mind controls our body, but that is an illusion of free will and control. This illusion arises from when our subjective conscious intention precedes the actual execution of the movement with little delay. We know this timing is critical because if you disrupt the link between when you experience the intention to act and the execution of the act, we experience a loss of willed action. This is when we feel that we are not in control of our bodies. Ooh, some experiments. Ooh, some split brain patients. Sections. Being in two minds. Ooh, of course, disrupt it. That's cool. Also, like, I didn't even know what I was doing until I'd already done it. You know that moment when that happens? So that's an example where there's a little glitch. And normally, you're supposed to have this illusion of conscious decision and then action. But every once in a while, maybe in an emergency or maybe you're in a certain state, whatever, you do feel yourself playing catch up. You actually know that you are playing catch up because there's a glitch in the maintenance of that illusion. Like, by the time I realized what was happening, I'd already done it. I already said it. I didn't hear it until it came out of my mouth. I didn't know what was going on. My bad. That's kind of a blah, blah. But no, that's actually how it always is. But it's just that sometimes the illusion is well maintained. All right, let's go. Section, being in two minds. Most of the time, we feel we have control over our actions. These are exceptions. There are exceptions, such as reflexes, that do not involve conscious control. But I don't like the way that he speaks, because it's like, build on, they're convinced now. They're convinced now. So don't say conscious control like that, because nothing involves conscious control. Reflexes just don't involve conscious awareness, conscious involvement, or like implication. Anyway, there are exceptions, such as reflexes, that do not involve conscious control. And as discussed, some behaviors are surprisingly infectious, such as laughing and yawning when in a crowd. But for the most part, our normal daily actions seem under our control. However, brain damage can change all of that. When we damage our brain, we can lose control over our bodies. But for the most part, our normal daily actions seem under our control. However, brain damage can change all of that. When we damage our brain, we can lose control over our bodies. Paralysis is the most common example. Our limbs may be perfectly fine, but if we damage the brain centers for movement, then irrespective of our strongest will, our paralyzed limbs cannot move. Sometimes, though, parts of our body can move by themselves. For example, alien hand syndrome is a condition in which patients are not in control of one of their hands and experience the hand's actions as controlled by someone else, or that the hand has a will of its own. This is also known as the Dr. Strangelove syndrome, a nod to Stanley Kubrick's 1964 movie in which Peter Sellers plays a wheelchair-bound nuclear war expert and former Nazi whose uncontrollable hand makes Nazi salutes and attempts to strangle him. That one I can have. Strange as Dr. Strangelove syndrome might seem, there's a perfectly reasonable explanation based on the discovery that each hand is under relatively independent control from the opposite side of the brain. For reasons that Mother Nature knows best, much of processing and output in the brain is lateralized to the opposite hemisphere. If you were to draw an imaginary line down the center of the body, then most of the information coming from the left side would go to the right hemisphere. Likewise, most of the information from the right side is processed in the left hemisphere. The same is true for actions. The left hemisphere controls the right side of the body, and the right hemisphere controls the left side of the body. Controls the left. If you severely damage the left hemisphere, then you can be left paralyzed from the right side down of the body, and vice versa. Oh, wait, what? Oh, hold on. You can be, if you severely damage the left hemisphere, then you can. Oh, but what are you seeing? Is it different? This is left. What are you seeing? What's the point of doing the demonstration if you're seeing the exact opposite? Oh no, but it doesn't matter, because then you're still seeing the opposite. Okay. So it might not correspond to the reading, but if you severely damage the left hemisphere, then you can be paralyzed down on the right side of your body. Damaged here, paralyzed here, and vice versa. Now I'm paralyzed over here, because you understand. Some skills tend to be lateralized. For example, the left hemisphere controls language, whereas the right hemisphere is better at the visual processing of the space around us. That's why brain damage to the left hemisphere disrupts language, and patients become aphasic, unable to produce speech. Whereas damage to the right hemisphere leaves language intact, but often disrupts the patient's awareness of objects, especially if they are in the left side of space. We are not aware of these divisions of labor, as the two hemispheres work together to produce joined up thoughts and behaviors. And also because there's just a sense of unity just thrown in there, a little aroma. Yeah. Because remember, we don't have sensors in the brain, really. So to have any idea of like what's happening in the cell, well, there has to be things that sort of produce those impressions. So, you know, they're not like sensing what's going on. And we're not even maybe doing a great job of joining things up. But we can easily confabulate. If we say two things, we can easily draw a link. We can make one up even. Anyway, all right, let's, all right. Because maybe last time, the reason that it was so easy is because everything we were saying was just perfect. All right, but we're gonna try to do that. There was some here, just wet stuff, nothing hard. And I licked it. It's actually still on the top of my tongue. I'm trying to move it to the back now. Excuse me. All right, we're going to try to, we cannot say a word. We can make facial expressions. We can't say a word unless we're changing the pages. Okay, here we go. And if we do, and we should remind ourselves of the other things. Because I have other videos that talk about these things. This is not the video that explains everything. This is not the video that explains everything. This is not the video that explains everything. This is not the video that explains all of it theory, all of what shows all of what Eris knows, all of Eris's insights. This is not that video. There is not a single video. There's not even a single Eris, a single perspective, a single philosophy, a single worldview. Everything was unraveling. That you'll go crazy if you let it all unravel. So you have to bundle some stuff together. But the truth is, it's bundles. Bundle theory, David Hume. It theory, Aristotle. Okay, let's go. All right. We are not aware of these divisions. This is because the two sides of the brain are connected through a large bundle of fibers, the corpus callosum. That's not where, that's not. The connotations, the metaphor of bundle does not apply to this bundle of fibers. Because the things being bundled, that's the bundling, not the things being bundled, the corpus callosum. That's the unifying, not the things unified. This is because the two sides of the brain are connected through a large bundle of fibers, the corpus callosum. It enables the exchange of... Oh, fuck, I completely had forgotten. Okay. That enables the exchange of information. It also enables the abnormal electrical activity of epilepsy, which can originate in one hemisphere, spread to both sides of the brain, causing major seizures. Epilepsy can be extremely debilitating, but by severing the corpus callosum fibers that connect the two hemispheres, the electrical brainstorm can be contained and prevented from transferring from the original site to the rest of the brain. This containment alleviates the worst of the symptoms. The consequence of this operation is to produce a split brain patient. The two halves of the brain continue to work independently of each other, but you would be hard pressed to notice any difference. Split brain patients look and behave perfectly normal. This begs the question of why we need the two halves of the brain connected in the first place. In fact, it turns out the split brain patients are not normal. They are just very good at compensating for the loss of the exchange of brain activity that is normally passed back and forth between the two hemispheres of the intact brain. Neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga has shown that these split brain patients can effectively have each half of the body acting in a different way. One of his most dramatic observations sounds very similar to the Dr. Strangelove syndrome. He gave one of his split brain patients a puzzle to solve using only his right hand, controlled by the language dominant left hemisphere. However, this was a spatial puzzle in which the blocks had to be put in the correct position, something that requires the activity of the right hemisphere. The right hand was hopeless, turning the blocks over and over until, as if frustrated, the left hand, which the patient had been sitting on, jumped in and tried to take the blocks away from the patient's right hand. It was as if the hand had a different personality. Sometimes this lack of control takes over the whole body. French neurologist François L'Hermite reported a bizarre condition that he called environmental dependency syndrome, in which patients slavishly copied the doctor's behavior. Like the Tourette's patient who had to mimic every other person's behavior, les ermites patients were similarly compelled to copy every action the doctor made. At one point, the French neurologist got down on his, I don't have to do the volume, got down on his knees in his office as if to pray, whereupon the patient copied him with her head bowed and hands clasped in prayer. Other patients exhibited a related behavior known as utilization, in which the sight of an object triggered an involuntary associated response. Interesting. Utilization. All right. Such patients will pick up cups in their vicinity and start drinking from them, even when the cup is empty or not theirs. They will feel all the compulsion, the compulsion to flick light switches and pull handles. In all of these examples, the patient's actions are triggered by external events and not by their own, my quotes, voluntary actions. Although some may reinterpret their unusual behavior as if it arose of their own free will, they will justify their actions as if they willed them, when in fact it was something in the environment that had taken control over their actions. Section: The Great Selfini. When not bedeviled by strange neurological disorders, most of us feel we are in control because the coupling between the mental state of consciousness and initiated actions in everyday experience confirms our belief that we have willed our actions freely and in advance of their initiation. But if the reality of free will is an illusion, then why do we experience it so strongly? Why do we need the experience of free will? Why did it evolve? Harvard psychologist Dan Wegner has written one of the best accounts of why we evolved the vivid experience of free will. It's going to be fun. I don't know this. Wegner argues that we have a brain that interprets actions in terms of a we think we did it. We think we did it experience. We think we did it. 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 Experience is a very useful way of keeping track of our decisions and actions. This is because the multiple conscious or unconscious influences had processes that led to these choices. All right. Harvard psychologist Dan Wegner has written one of the best accounts of why we evolved the vivid experience of free will. Wegner argues that we have a brain that interprets actions in terms of a we think it, we did it experience as a useful way of keeping track of our decisions and actions. This is because the multiple conscious or unconscious influences and processes that lead to these choices are too complicated or hidden to monitor, but we can keep track of the outcome as a feeling that we have made the decision. For example, we may be at a party and want to impress some of the guests. Think of all the reasons we might feel the need to do this. Social anxiety, fear of rejection, the need to be at the center of attention, and so on. What do? We rely on our experience of past situations to come up with a strategy. We decide to tell a joke. We monitor the outcome and then store this for reference for future parties. We told a joke, but were we free to do otherwise? Of course, we feel we made the decision, but there were a multitude of previous experiences as well as current social norms and rules that influence our choice. When our behaviors go wrong or we make a faux pas, we feel self-conscious and embarrassed and privately ask ourselves, what was I thinking? Having an experience of free will over... I think I misread it earlier. Hold on. All right, so we're at this party. What do? We rely on our experience of past situations to come up with the strategy. We decide to tell a joke. I'm going to tell a joke. We monitor the outcome and then store this for reference for future parties. Joke. That was a joke. Should I tell a joke? We told a joke, but were we free to do otherwise? Of course, we feel we made the decision that there were a multitude. We feel we made the decision, but there were a multitude of previous experiences as well as current social norms and rules that influence, my quotes, our choice. When our behaviors go wrong or we make a faux pas, we feel self-conscious and embarrassed and privately ask ourselves, what was I thinking? Having an experience of free will over our thoughts and actions binds us to these as the instigator. Having an experience of free will over our thoughts and actions binds us to these as the instigator of these decisions, even when that may not be the case. In this way, a sense of free will could help us keep track of what we have done, what we have not done, and what we may or may not do in the future. As long as our conscious intention appears to precede our actions, then it is natural to assume that we willed them. This authorship of actions requires the illusion of a unified sense of self. After all, it is useful to know who is responsible. Wegner has called this master illusionist the great Selfini. As we act on the world, we interpret the consequences of actions from the privileged prospective. As we act on the world, we interpret the consequences of actions from the privileged perspective, right, of our singular self. This has some interesting consequences. For example, we remember our actions much better than we do those. We remember our actions much better than we do those belonging to others. Whether the actions are walking, throwing darts, or clapping hands, people are better at recognizing their own movements compared to those of others. In fact, we seem to be biased to remember those that pertain to us simply by acting on the world. In fact, we seem to be biased to remember those that pertain to us simply by acting on the world. In fact, we seem to be biased to remember those that pertain to us simply by acting on the world. In one study, individuals either selected slips of paper from a bowl or had them handed to them by the experimenter. The experimenter then read out the words associated with the code on each slip. In comparison to those individuals who had the slips given to them, those who chose their own slips remembered more of the words, even though they were never aware of the purpose of the study. In one study, individuals either selected selected slips of paper from a bowl or had them handed to them by the experimenter. The experimenter then read out the words associated with the code on each slip. You gotta explain the experiment more, bro. How are we supposed to understand this? In comparison to those individuals who had the slips given to them, those who chose their own slips remembered more of the words, even though they were never aware of the purpose of the study. Neither are we, bro. It was a consequence of inconsequential actions, but because most of us are tripwired to pay attention to ourselves, we tend to give special effort to anything we do. This really is terrible, this boy, but I'm also telling you he's right. It's not terrible. I'm sorry. I don't know why you didn't have an editor. I mean, this is as good as any, researcher's manuscript would be, but then there's like an editing process. People tell you when it's readable and when you've explained stuff well. And when you've fucking spelled or used the right word. In one study, individuals let's just research it, and then I'm gonna tell you about it. All right.
All right. 2024 Echo 16 Delta 1518. All right. So basically, here's how I understand. Here's what I understood. I barely read the article. I just glanced at some of the methods, some of the keywords. So 40 slip pieces of paper in a bowl. Each piece of paper has a number on it. Okay. I guess the piece of paper are folded. So the subject in one version reaches in, picks a piece of paper, and then they note that the subject, it wasn't visible to the participants what the number was. I don't know whether the participant then looks at it or not. Gives it to the experimenter. The experimenter looks at the number, and he's got a list here of words, of personality traits. Number 20 is selfless. So he says selfless out loud. The experimenter didn't tell them, like, hey, this word refers to you or describes you, or that you even need to think about this word. They said the experiment was about something else. I don't know what. Anyway, so he says selfless. And then he takes the next person's paper, looks at the number, greedy. Next person's paper, looks at the number, and so on, okay? In the other version, that's when the subjects that were involved, they reached in the bowl, chose a number, didn't know what it was. Oh yeah, so they probably didn't look. They don't need to. They're the ones who randomly chose their number. They gave it to the experimenter, and they're told what that number, what the word associated with the thing that they chose is. In the other version, the experimenter chose for them. So he had a bunch of papers. He said, okay, this one is going to be yours. Okay, number 20, selfless. Okay. And basically, then after whatever fake experiment they were doing, experiments go, hey, by the way, gosh, do you remember that word that I said to you after we do that weird picking out of a hat a number thing? Oh, selfless? Is that what I was? Okay. And basically the people who had themselves chosen, more of them, and they had a better recall of the words, than the people for whom the thing was chosen. They had just let it go. So because they were physically involved in it, even though that has no consequence on sort of what the word would be, it's still based on what his list was, and it's still him who's going to read it. All right, I think we're all good now. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, let's do it. Let's reread So, as we act on the world, we interpret the consequences of... As we act on the world, we interpret the consequences of actions from the privileged perspective of our singular self. This has some interesting consequences. For example, we remember our actions much better than we do those belonging to others. Whether the actions are walking, throwing darts, or clapping hands, people are better at recognizing their own movements compared to those of others. In fact, we seem to be biased to remember those that pertain to us simply by acting on the world. In one study, individuals either selected slips of paper from a bowl or had them handed to them by the experimenter. The experimenter then read out the words associated with the code on each slip. In comparison to those individuals who had the slips given to them, those who chose their own slips remembered more of the words, even though they were never aware of the purpose of the study that they had to remember. It was a consequence of inconsequential actions. That's an inconsequential action. It was a consequence of inconsequential actions, but because most of us are tripwired to pay attention to ourselves, we tend to give special effort to anything we do or anything that pertains to what we do, I guess. However, just like false memories, sometimes our authorship of action can be mistaken. For example, when we make a plan to do something, we can forget whether we actually did it or not. If you ask subjects to imagine breaking a toothpick a number of times, and then a week later ask them to recall their actions, and then a week later ask them to recall their actions, they have difficulty deciding whether or not they actually did break a toothpick. It's like trying to remember whether you actually posted a letter or simply imagined that you did. Did you or did you not? And the irony is that by forming a mental picture of the action, we become more confused. Zeigarnik effect. We become more confused. Simply watching someone perform an action, mirror neurons, such as shaking a bottle, can also lead to the false memory that we were the ones who did it. Whatever we imagine, whether we imagine an action or observe others, we can mistakenly attribute ourself as the actor. The reason gets back to the built-in mirroring system in our brain that responds to actual movements, imagined movements, and the movements of others. If there is an author of actions, then sometimes he or she may make stories up or plagiarize the work of others. If there is an author of actions, then sometimes he or she may make stories up or plagiarize the work of others. If there is an author of actions, then sometimes he or she may make stories up or plagiarize the work of others. Wegner thinks that the authorship of actions is like the mind's compass that helps us navigate through the complexity of our daily lives. Like an autopilot, it steers the ship depending on the heading, conditions, and the direction of magnetic north. There is no captain at the helm reading the compass because that would steer us straight back to the illusory self in control. Section, and I feel like there was some. You are feeling very sleepy. If you focus on my watch, you will feel sleepy. You will find that your eyelids are getting heavy. You will want to keep your eyes open, but you are unable to do so. The more you try to keep them open, the more you want to sleep. This routine should sound familiar as the commanding instructions of the hypnotist who uses them to make people relinquish control of their actions. Hypnotism is probably one of the best examples where people seem to abdicate their personal sense of free will. Why is this? Hypnotism seems like some magical power that others have to exert control over us, like some external energy emanating from the eyes or the beckoning fingers of the hypnotist with the piercing stare and goatee beard. It is usually portrayed in popular culture as a paranormal power that the hypnotist possesses to overcome the will of others. However, this is the myth of hypnotism. Hypnotism works because not only do we instinctively mimic others, but we also tend to do what they ask of us in the right situation. If you couple that with induction techniques that place us in a state of relaxation, giving us the sense that we are not in control of our bodies, then it can be fairly easy to hypnotize someone. Even when we know we are being manipulated, some of us readily give in. There's nothing paranormal about it. Imagine the typical dinner party scene where we have eaten too much and the host urges us to have a bit more cake. Go on, just one little piece won't hurt. Most of us have encountered such social coercion, and most of us give in, as the pressure to comply is so great. The same coercion would not really work in a restaurant, and we would be mighty suspicious of the waiter who insisted that we eat more. In most restaurants, aside from the very expensive ones where many of us feel intimidated and comply to the authority of the maitre d', we are the ones in charge, we are the ones in charge and do not capitulate to others. The dinner party scenario is different because it is primarily a social event in which we submit to the will of the group or the person in charge. We become susceptible to the influence of others we wish to please. Yeah, but isn't he going to say that? Because aren't you thinking, yeah, I don't experience it that way. Like, yeah, they're the ones who mentioned it and that maybe played a role. But no, I took the cake because I wanted it. I wouldn't have taken it if I didn't want it. I didn't succumb to the pressure. The pressure wasn't so great because you don't experience that. Because consciousness is not what we think it is. But that, because those things are happening. And then you just weave a story. Yeah, you know what? I do want some cake, actually. I do want a little bit more. We're having fun tonight. Yeah, no, I do want a little bit more. Yeah, thanks for insisting. I would have missed that last piece. I absolutely do want some more. I don't know what was going on all those times I said no. I do, yeah. Absolutely do. My essential true self wants it. I don't know. I had no idea what was going on before. No idea. And that's what I hate when people say, oh, but if I didn't watch it, then I wouldn't, blah, blah. You have no critical recognition. You have no idea that you're a human social brain. What are you talking about? Oh, no, I don't feel forced at all. No, not at all. You only asked me, why would I feel forced? You only asked me twice if I wanted to do that thing twice in a week. I mean, that's not like a lot. And the first time I said, yeah, maybe, I don't feel like you're insisting at all. I'm not like agreeing to it now just because, you know, you're forcing me. Not at all. It's because I want to. I wouldn't do something I don't want to do. A week later. Yeah, but you insisted so much and then I had to do it. I wish I didn't do that. I didn't want to do that. No, I never wanted to do it. No, here's what happened. You didn't want to do it. Then you want to do it because of the pressure that you didn't experience. And then you did, but you also did at the same time you didn't want to do it. And then when it turned out to be shit, you no longer feel like you actually owed that person that thing. Now the story that you weave is, no, I never want to do it. You insisted. This is because we're naturally inclined to be compliant towards others. In hypnosis, we are similarly asked to submit to the authority of others to the extent that we end up engaging in behaviors that we would not necessarily think we would freely do. Also, we are willing victims. Many seek out a hypnotist for treatment or to help them stop smoking or lose weight. Others pay good money to go see a stage hypnotism show in which we expect to see normal people doing daft things out of their control. In both of these situations, the expectation exists that hypnosis will work, and therefore we are willing to comply. Techniques vary, but most hypnotic states are induced by a sequence of progressive compliance. For stage shows, the hypnotist works fairly rapidly to select the most suggestible members of the audience by getting them to engage in some motor act, such as clasping their hands tightly. He then tells them that their hands are stuck together with glue such that they cannot unclasp them no matter how hard they try. This simple technique will identify those who are willing to accept the suggestion of the hypnotist. Other induction techniques rely on various motor illusions, such as trying to keep one's palms separate when held at arm's length. This our arms will naturally move together in such circumstances as our muscles fatigue, but by simply telling the individuals that they have no control and allowing them to witness the involuntary actions of their bodies, it is a simple next step for many to begin to give up their sense of personal control. From then on, the hypnotist can focus on these individuals and manipulate them. Around 1 in 10 of us is highly suggestible, which means that any decent-sized audience will have more than enough suitable volunteers who can be made to bark like dogs or eat onions that taste like apples. Contrary to common wisdom, hypnotized individuals are not mindless. Most of them report that they are aware of their actions, but that they no longer feel as if they have control over them. Some report a dream state. Many say that they felt hypnotized, which probably says more about their expectations about what they should say. I think it's hard to find the words for that. I think that it's the same thing as the dream state. It is worth noting that those who think that they would be easily hypnotizable tend to be the ones who actually are. There are many different accounts about how hypnotism actually works. Various measures of brain activity indicate that those who are hypnotized are in an altered state, my quotes, of consciousness. However, another school of thought is that hypnosis is simply exaggerated role playing. Because humans are so obliging, some of us are inclined to adopt roles expected of the group. All of us to an extent. The academic debates over what is actually going on during hypnosis are still raging, but it is fair to conclude that hypnotism is a real phenomenon in which individuals behave and think that they are no longer in control. Their sense of free will has been temporarily hijacked by the hypnotist and the social situation they find themselves in. I'm sorry, I mean, when is he going to say, but actually, it was always an illusion to begin with. I mean, he's getting there, right? And it's just the hypnotism reveals it. We just stop weaving that story. I'm doing this because I want to. He's going to get there. Section superstitious rituals. Superstitious behavior also makes some of us feel compelled to do things beyond our control. Do you avoid stepping on cracks in the pavement? How about throwing salt over your shoulder if you accidentally spill some? Do you have a lucky charm? Split a pole maybe or something? These are just some of the superstitious rituals that many of us have. Although we may be aware that these superstitions cannot influence outcomes, many of us feel the need to act them out just in case. Some of these superstitions come from culture, handed down over the years to the extent that we lose the original context in which they had first appeared. Most of the important events that punctuate our lives, such as births, religious festivals, marriages, and times of important change, are peppered with old superstitions that have become traditions. In such instances, we act them out because that is what is expected. There's also a whole host of personal superstitious behaviors that many of us entertain. They can take on a degree of compulsiveness that undermines our ability to rein them in with reason. This is because of two mechanisms that operate in our brains. What's this going to be? First, our brains have evolved to seek out patterns in the world, patternicity, and attempt to generate explanations for why things happened. First, our brains have evolved to seek out patterns in the world and attempt to generate explanation for why things happen. Second, in situations in which outcomes are important, we get stressed by uncertainty and feel the need to do something so that action bias have the illusion that we can control events. We naturally see the world in terms of causes and consequences. So when something happens, we assume that some causal event preceded it and start looking around for suitable candidates. The problem is that we often identify causes that are not responsible. This generates a cognitive illusion known as post hoc ergo propter hoc, which translates from the Latin as after this, therefore because of this. It is particularly obvious in superstitious behaviors. In one experiment, participants were presented with a machine that had levers and lights. The most important thing about the machine was that it delivered rewards at random intervals. The people taking part in the experiment thought that the machine could be operated to pay out rewards if the correct sequence was discovered. Very soon, individuals were performing elaborate sequences, believing that their actions determined whether the machine paid out or not. One woman thought that jumping up and down on the spot was what triggered the reward. In fact, there was no causal link between their actions and the outcomes. In real life, the most common examples of superstitious behaviors... I did it! Yeah, I know, this is it! I figured it out! In fact, there was no causal link between their actions and the outcomes. In real life, the most common examples of superstitious behavior come from sports and gambling, two activities associated with a lot of random chance and luck. You might have a... Come here, buddy. Come here. You might have a particularly... Oh, shit. Is the sun moved? Oh, it has moved. Oh, I'm not charging anything right now. Neo, inside. You might have a particularly successful time at the blackjack table. In real life, the most common examples of superstitious behaviors come from sports and gambling, two activities associated with a lot of random chance and luck. You might have a particularly successful time at the blackjack table. This leads you to try and work out what was unusual about the events leading up to that success, so that you can repeat the winning formula. Maybe it was a particular shirt you wore, or something that you ate. The next time around, you try out the same behavior again, and if successful, you have the beginnings. Neo, come here. Hey, ça va?
Hey, ça va et toi?
Oui.
Du coup, la batterie, elle est genre 99%. Genre, si tu veux charger ton PC.
Super. J'ai pas besoin là, mais c'est super gentil de proposer. Ah non, je croyais qu'il y avait mon panneau solaire là. Comment ça va, Didi? Mais Didi, non, Didi.
Ah non, on touche pas, Léo. On touche pas. Viens. Ah non, on saute pas. Non, Léo, on ne saute pas. Non. Allez, viens. Didi, tu laisses pas. Didi, là. Didi. Là-bas.
Oh shit, sorry, I thought I had stopped the recording. Shit, alright, whatever. I'll crop it. Okay, 2024, Echo 16 Delta 1540. What were we talking about? We were just reading. The next time around, you try the same behaviors again, t-shirt, the burger, and if successful, you have the beginnings of a superstitious ritual. When David Beckham played for AC Milan, his fellow teammates developed a superstitious ritual of always patting the England striker on his bottom after scoring a goal for good luck. Well, at least that was the reason they gave. The second reason superstitions form is that they are a means of coping with uncertainty. Superstitions are typically found in situations in which an element of risk exists. Rituals provide the individual with an illusion of control that they are doing something to influence outcomes when in fact they have no control whatsoever. If you remove an individual's perception of control, then experience uncertain situations as stressful, thereby generating anxiety that impairs both the immune system and the capacity to think, my quotes, clearly. Enacting superstitious rituals inoculates us from the negative excesses of stress. This is why you often find superstitious behavior in dangerous occupations. Firemen, pilots, sailors, and soldiers hold just some of the jobs that are associated with risk and superstitious rituals. My favorite is the Russian cosmonauts and their pre-launch ritual. After Charles Simonyi, the billionaire who oversaw the creation of Microsoft, hitched a ride on the Soviet rockets that rendezvous with the orbiting International Space Station, he joined in with his companion's ritual of urinating on the back wheels of the bus that takes them to the launch pad. This superstition originated when Yuri Gagarin was caught short on the first manned spaceflight and has now become a ritual for all who travel on Russian rockets. What does that mean to be caught short? He was caught pissing? Or did he die? What does caught short mean? The problem is that, or he needed to piss, was caught short. The problem is that if you consider outcomes as both things that do or do not happen because the problem is that if you consider outcomes as both things that do or do not happen because of some action you did or did not take, then just about everything becomes a candidate for rituals. When these rituals start to rule your life so that they control your actions, you are entering territory where there is no freedom to choose because your emotions have got the better of your free will. It's meaningless in knowing that free will is an illusion. And anyway, and it's not that the emotion, it has to do with emotions. The more associated certain processes are with emotions are there to motivate, are there for stressful or exceptional situations. When normal when like anger, you need to overcome an obstacle. Sadness, you need to show people that you need help. Disgust, maybe you're around. You need to close one of your nostrils because, oh gosh, we're around some really disgusting things. You need to signal to other people, this thing is bad and disgusting and we need to stay away from it. I'm feeling so much disgust right now. You need to, maybe just in case you had eaten some of it, you need to get it out. Fear. Oh shit, this is not a normal situation. I have to act right fucking now and I need to play it extra safe right now. And I need to do something right now, blah, 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 okay? So when sort of normal thought processes, when the stakes are raised, you're getting emotion involved. And when emotion gets involved, when thought processes that are linked to emotion, that have high stakes and therefore need high energy emotional behavior, well, the whole point of an emotion is to be compelling, to take center stage, and so it's more of like emotions aren't sort of thoughts themselves so much as the backup. So if a thought has emotion associated with it, then when that thought executes, he pulls in a big guy to come in and make sure that he can do his thing. Feel what I'm saying? So when when the thought doesn't go and grab the big guy, he can get listened to a little bit less, and you can have more of an impression of having free will because other thoughts can be involved in the decision-making process rather than just that one who's got that emotional big guy. Make sense? All right, cool. All right. The problem is that if you consider outcomes as both things that do or do not happen because of some action you did or did not take, then just about everything becomes a candidate for rituals. When these rituals start to rule your life so that they control your actions, so that these its are much more kit and zit, and they tend to be the ex-livery. You are entering territory where there's no freedom to choose. There's not enough. There's other its don't get a chance to get involved in the process because that guy's got anger on its side, or that guy has desperation on his side, or that guy has fear on his side, or that guy has, the anticipated happiness. This compulsion is associated with happiness. If I do this pattern, I'm going to win big. So I got this big happiness dude with me, and he's making sure that I can get this behavior out there and done. You're entering territory where there's no freedom to choose because your emotions have got the better of your free will, quote unquote. But what I said was better. Section. All right, I don't know how to. All right. So obviously we've learned that it was just easier last time because of what he was saying. All right. This is not the video. This video, in fact, is me sharing with my audience Bruce Hood's thoughts on the self in order to validate my own. In order to give you guys another voice to hear, to be like, oh, Eris isn't talking shit. But it's Bruce Hood, and I like the idea of you watching this video and just being able to learn from Bruce Hood just a tiny bit of Eris. It's too much Eris now. I know I don't have a mechanism for measuring how much is too much. So we just need to say, shut the fuck up. No, you're fine. You're good. You're fine, buddy. Every time I say fuck, he thinks it's about him. Shut the fuck up, Eris. All right, here we go. Here's the problem, though, because this next section is on OCD. And OCD, I talk about it sometimes. Well, OCD and ADHD are two ways that I've known since kind of I was a kid that free will, consciousness is all kind of bullshit. All right, but I've already made a video. There is audio on a video where I talk about, I don't know how personal that gets. Maybe I left that as unlisted. I talked about dating and my OCD and stuff. All right, anyway. Section. All right, no, so this video, nobody can watch videos and keep repeating yourself all the time. It has to be they learned this from this video, that from that video, that from that video. Okay. Shut the fuck up. We can only speak when we're turning the page. That's it. Otherwise, we need a better punishment than to stop recording. Oh, that's it. I have to stop recording for an amount of time. But I'm in flow right now, bro. That's a serious consequence. But what about the exceptions? I don't know what to do. All right. Alternatively, I get 10 seconds to speak. Anytime I want to speak, I can. But I get 10 seconds. In between those 10 seconds, I have to have read a paragraph. 10 seconds. What am I going to do in 10 seconds? I don't know what to do. I'm hoping that all this thinking somehow I'm waking up enough they're going to be able to deliver my talking it, my twaddle it. Section, the cleaning lady. Obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, is a loss of self-control and free will that is more disturbing and debilitating than harmless superstitions. I used to drive past an elderly lady on the daily commute to my office in Bristol from my home in the country. Occasionally, I saw her chatting to neighbors, but most of the time she was bent over in an alarming angle with her face as close to the ground as possible. At first I thought she must have dropped something valuable or spotted an extraordinary insect on the sidewalk. What was she looking for, I wondered. One day, I slowed the car down enough to discover what she was up to. With delicate precision, she was picking minute particles of debris off the pavement and gathering them into her other free hand. She was cleaning the street outside her house. Sometimes she resorted to using a hand brush and pan, but most of the time she seemed to prefer the meticulous and laborious hand technique. This old lady had an obsession with dirt. I never talked to her or visited her, but I bet my bottom dollar that her house was immaculate. There would not be one thing out of place. Everything would be spotless and in exactly the right place. The towels would be neatly folded, and brand new soap would be at the side of the hand basin. The toilet paper would be folded at the end, and everything would smell of disinfectant. I expect that having achieved a level of unearthly cleanliness within her own domain, she had taken to the street around her house, where the wind and daily passers-by conveniently dropped fragments of debris for her to focus on. This cleaning lady had the telltale signs of OCD, which affects about 1 in 50 members of the general public. In many instances, OCD reflects concerns about the consequences of failing to do something, lock doors or turn off power switches. The most common one that most of us experience is the checking and then rechecking that we have taken our passport when traveling. No matter how many times we confirm that we have it, for reassurance, we still feel compelled to check that we still have it. Many of us also have routines that punctuate our daily lives, and we prefer not to deviate from them. It might be the way you read the sections of the morning paper in a specific order, or how you typically start off your workday. Sometimes these routines become rituals that control and dominate our lives. In one notable case, a British boy with Tourette's syndrome also had OCD that compelled him to step correctly on a white road marking. On the morning of September 11th, 2001, he neglected to fulfill his compulsion and ended up traumatized because he believed that he was personally responsible for the terrorist attacks in the United States. Section: the obsessive compulsive circuit. The symptoms of OCD are the obsessions, the relentless, intrusive thoughts, usually about something bad happening, and the compulsions, the repetitive, ritualistic behaviors often enacted to alleviate the obsessions. Karen, a 34-year-old mother of 4, used to obsess that some harm would befall her children unless she carried out certain counting rituals. For example, when she smoked and drank coffee, she had to smoke 4 cigarettes in a row and drink 4 cups of coffee. Otherwise, something bad would happen to her children. She knew this was irrational, but if she didn't perform her counting ritual, she experienced extreme, where you're not doing anything else. You're not doing anything else. If you're at work, you're going outside. You need to go to a safe place. You're not doing anything. If you're in class, you're leaving the class. You're not doing anything else. If you refuse to do the ritual, you can't even go distract yourself. Nothing else is happening here except for these are the coming consequences, or I need to do this thing. Nothing else. Your heart is beating out of your chest. You can't feel your fingers. Your mouth is locking up like this. This sets up a feedback loop in behavior whereby performing the ritual alleviates the mental anguish and strengthens the grip OCD has over its sufferer. What starts this cycle of ritual off in the first place? You can forgive me for that one. Let me smoke a little bit. She knew this was irrational, but if she didn't perform her counting ritual, she experienced extreme anxiety. This sets up a feedback loop in behavior whereby performing the ritual alleviates the mental anguish and strengthens the grip OCD has over its sufferer. What starts this cycle of ritual off in the first place? The obsessions that plague sufferers typically derive from concerns that could pose a real threat, such as contamination fears. What appears to go wrong is the evaluation of the perceived threat and the proportional balance of engaging in behaviors to address those concerns. This must be due to a brain disorder that is as yet not fully understood, but may be linked to Tourette's syndrome. There is certainly a heritability factor, with OCD running higher in families and more common in identical than non-identical twins. One current, 2012, theory is that there is an imbalance of activity in the prefrontal cortex, PFC, and the anterior cingulate cortex. Anterior cingulate cortex. Isn't that the anterior? Okay, I don't want to point because I'm not going to point right, and I would not have known that I was not going to point exactly. Where's the anterior cingulate cortex? Oh, it's got to be up there. That's the cerebrospinal fluid. Anterior cingulate cortex. We've done this before, haven't we? Ah, what about up there? No? Oh, no. The fudge? Alright, well, can you just Google it real quick? I also want to Google because I want to be able to see it. I don't understand. Anterior commissure, whatever, I don't know how to pronounce that. Anterior column of fornix. Anterior cingulate cortex. Wait, should I be looking on the outside? I've always thought, but it's called cortex. Oh boy. Alright, 1 second. We'll look it up on here. I bet we can select the text and search. Web. Silk browser. Oh, do we have Google? Always. Never mind that. Accept all, bro. Oh, fuck, not more options. Accept all. Alright. Okay, so it's here. Oh, let's write it on there. What? Yeah. Alright. I think that basically is where I would have pointed. In case you want to hear from my hindsight bias. Okay. We're having so much fun. This is great. It would be cool with a bit of whiskey. We can admit that. We haven't had much of an impulse to drink. Now, a little bit of whiskey, that'd be nice. Okay. One current theory is that there is an imbalance of activity of the prefrontal cortex. The anterior cingulate cortex, and the caudate, which has got to be like, I don't understand how it doesn't have a thing with like putamen, caudate nucleus. All right, let's go back. If we just look at images for, we don't have to add function. No, stop. Function psychology. Sorry. Okay. Backspace. We're having so much fun. We are feeling a little loosey-goosey. We are having a blast. Is it part of the limbic system? If we just type in limbic system, will we see putamen and caudate nucleus? We will, right? A little bit embarrassed, but I shouldn't be. This is just like Sonia. I should not be embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. I'm just saying that, in fact. Because this is how you learn, bro. Thalamus, hypothalamus, amygdala, hippocampus. Alright, let's click on one of these images. Okay, basal ganglia, cingulate, gyrus, hypothalamus, amygdala, thalamus, hippocampus. Alright. I don't know whether it's part. Let's just type in caudate nucleus. This is how you learn what you don't know. And I mean that in two ways. Sometimes you think you know things, but you don't. You got to learn that you don't know it, and then you got to learn that thing that you don't know. So what the actual thing is. What the caudate nucleus is, that whole like earpiece. Like neo caudate nucleus. So there isn't a way to show it because it would be like part of this. Either it's this. No. Yeah, I think it's just like it's like this, but like more laterally. I need a physical brain. All right, like look at this. See, yeah, it's the green thing there. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, it's the green thing there. I see. Wait a minute. What is the caudate nucleus? Because the nucleus is a bunch of things together, right? Now, it could just be a bunch of cells or it could be structures. I don't know if, and I don't know that. I don't know what the components then of the caudate nucleus are. The caudate nucleus is a paired C-shaped subcortical structure which lies deep inside the brain near the thalamus. Okay. It's part of the thing that makes it. Okay. All right, we're going to move on. All right, hold on. It is a component of the basal ganglia, because ganglia is like a group of things as well. Okay. Right. The caudate nucleus is part of the basal ganglia. Because when you leave a room and it's like, hey, I'm forgetting something, aren't I? What was I supposed to take from that room? That's there's activity in the caudate nucleus happening right there. Basal ganglia is about motivate. No, I don't have to show. Eros doesn't have to show what he knows. I mean, I'm just working through it. Let me work through it. No. I've got it. It's in here. It's happened. I don't need to say it out loud. Okay. All right. Okay. So section the obsessive compulsive circuit. Symptoms of OCD. Oh no. Okay. One current theory is that there's an imbalance of activity of the prefrontal cortex, the anterior cingulate cortex, and the caudate nucleus of the basal ganglia, the so-called OCD circuit. Functional imaging reveals that activity within this cortical basal ganglia network is higher in OCD sufferers compared to normal individuals and increases during provocation of symptoms, but that it is attenuated following successful treatment. Functional imaging reveals that activity within this cortical basal ganglia network, so the OCD circuit, is higher. There's more activity. That's constantly in the back of your mind. You're going, I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do this. Okay. The PFC supports the executive functions for planning and suppressing thoughts and behaviors. While the ACC, the anterior cingulate cortex, interconnects the frontal lobes with the limbic system of the midbrain and is related to motivation. Together, the PFC and ACC may signal the perceived importance of stimuli that trigger ritualistic behaviors. The caudate nucleus is involved with initiating intentional behaviors. For example, disruption of this region can result in the inability to start movements, as in Parkinson's disease, or an inability to stop movements, as in Huntington's disease. Drugs that increase activity of the serotonin neurotransmitter, which decreases the activity of the caudate nucleus, have been found to alleviate the symptoms of OCD. Okay, we said the other day that we couldn't remember whether it was too much or too little. So if the drug, so the serotonin has an inhibitory effect on the caudate nucleus. It typically, when it's released onto the caudate nucleus, what's happening is it's going, hey, chill, it's taken care of, don't worry about it, everything's cool. But with OCD, there's a problem with the serotonin transmission or the serotonergic activity, whatever. And so there's nobody telling the caudate nucleus, hey, no need to initiate any actions, no need to take care of something, everything's fine. So the caudate nucleus is going, oh, motivation, gotta do something, gotta take care of this thing. Okay. So then you give a drug that's gonna amplify that serotonin activity. Hey, it's all right. You don't gotta do it. You don't have to turn the knob 3 times. You're all right. You're all right. Oh, yeah, I know. Motivation. You're motivated to make sure the world doesn't end and all that stuff. And I know that you've been doing it in the past, and otherwise you get a lot of anxiety. I got you. But that does not mean that the disorder is caused by overactivity of the CN. Rather, it may simply be a consequence of the behavior, which is why therapies that work to limit the compulsions seem to produce a reduction in caudate nucleus activity as well. No need, no heed, bro. Caudate nucleus is going, oh, we got to do something. But then when you have therapies that work to limit the compulsion, so you don't do it, you don't heed the impulse, the compulsion, then caudate nucleus, so we don't need to do that because y'all never did it, and then the world didn't end. So you're saying we don't need to do that? So that's another way that you can reduce caudate nucleus. So either the serotonin can be like chill, or the caudate nucleus can learn himself when nobody fucking listens to him, and he never ends up ex-livering. And so he's like, all right. So he's uninhibited. All right. The work on the brain circuitry of compulsions and ritualistic behavior is another clear line of evidence to support the proposition that the self most of us experience is an illusion. This work reveals that we are in constant conflict with competing goals and drives, and for some unfortunate individuals, pathological behaviors reveal when the competition gets out of balance. To the perspective of the majority, but to another perspective, it might be that everybody on this fucking planet's behavior is pathological, but the majority just can't see their own pathology. Or even if the others are more pathological, well, you're comparing still to your level of pathology as the 0. But if you saw like actual rationality looks like, oh fuck, oh, we're all pathological. Just the majority maybe a little bit less, or maybe even in a way that just they don't see it. In fact, with capitalism and everything, I think we might be talking about that it's the minority that is a little bit less pathological. Anyway, all right, let's chill. This work reveals that we are in constant conflict with competing goals and drives, and for some unfortunate individuals, pathological behaviors reveal when the competition gets out of balance. This is the web metaphor again. You might argue that these victims have a self that is not in control and would prefer not to have to engage in rituals in the same way that an addict would prefer not to be addicted. However, evoking an idealized notion of what we would want to be does not mean that this individual, the great Selfini, necessarily exists. When you talked about the great Selfini, I thought he was going to talk about how slippery it is, how we constantly confabulate. All right. Section, ego depletion. The young Japanese actress is a quietly spoken 24-year-old former ballerina with a perfectly symmetrical, angular face and long dark hair, so typical of Asian beauties. Aoyama has large almond eyes and an enchanting smile. She is the director's on-screen visualization of vulnerability and innocence. But her performance in the infamous torture scene in Takashi Miike's cult horror Audition, 1999, is so shocking and indelible that it instantaneously propelled this movie into cinematic notoriety. Believing that all men lie, the beautiful but psychotic Aoyama tells her lover that pain never advises, as she proceeds to stick needles into his eyes, chirping sweetly, kitty, 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 meaning deeper, deeper, deeper. She then amputates his left foot with a wire saw, laughing gleefully like an innocent child. As we watch the bloody gore, hearing the sound of serrating bone and the bing as the wire recoils through the stump. It is so cinematically graphic that most people in the audience squirm in their seats, cover their eyes, or simply walk out of the cinema. Most people, that is, except for those taking part in psychologist Matt Field's experiments at Liverpool University. Field was showing them the infamous audition torture scene for a study on self-control. Half of the student volunteers were told not to turn away and that they must. Ooh, I'm just imagining forcing myself, and that they're not. I told them not to turn away and that they must not show any emotion. They had to resist the nausea and overwhelming feelings of disgust. They had to watch the violence through gritted teeth. They had to control themselves. The other half of the group simply watched the torture scene, but were allowed to respond naturally. They were nauseated. They were disgusted. Many closed their eyes. One student fainted. Oh, I must have been terrible. Their mirroring system had gone into empathetic meltdown. What kind of sadist is Matt Field? How did this study ever get through the university ethics committee? IOP, IP, POC, IPOC. They actually, he's a very likable chap who is trying to understand some of modern society's worst scourges: alcoholism and drug addiction. It turns out that after being forced to sit through an extreme Japanese horror movie, those participants who were instructed to control their emotions needed a stiff drink. After filling out some bogus questionnaires, both groups were allowed to have as many beers as they liked as part of the reward for taking part in the study. Right? And so that's what the study's actually, like, that's what they're actually watching. They pretend it's about hey, watch this thing and then answer some questions about it. But really, it's watch this thing and then we're going to see how many beers you drink after it. The group that was forced to suppress their emotions drank half as much, again, as the group that was allowed to wear their hearts on their sleeves. No, so it must be some British Scottish thing. The group that was forced to suppress their emotions drank half as much again. So 50% more, I'm guessing. 150% of the group that was allowed to wear their hearts on their sleeves. The effect was massive. And it doesn't have to be extreme horror. Tearjerkers, like terms of endearment, also compel us to respond emotionally. But if we try to suppress our feelings, this makes us vulnerable to temptations. Yeah, bro. No, bro, this is not a video to talk about Sire, but of course I gotta smoke and I gotta drink. I've got a lot of reasonable frustrations with the beings that I share this time with. I'm just trying to keep chugging along here. This is real. If you accept that we are really brains, and this is the ego depletion section, isn't it? Yeah, this is the ego depletion section. The reality is that you have limited ego. And so when you use it to just grit your teeth as people talk to you about gods and free will and conscious decision making and these things with these fundamental things with enormous implications, it's a constant. You're constantly assailed by it, or by the consequences of their lack of critical recognition. It's constant. On TV, on social media, in your conversations, it's constant. You are constantly noticing that you are talking to a human brain that doesn't know it's a human brain, that thinks it's a rational, intelligent master angel. There's no escaping it, especially when it's your mission to understand it and try to help move us away from that with the next, cultural leap. The most major cultural leap, because it's basically a biological leap. It's such a major leap. A brain that knows it's a brain that will have fundamental differences on its own activity. That is a major thing that you are putting into the system. You are a system. Whoa, that can change everything. It's exhausting. Don't get upset at me for drinking and smoking. I'm just trying to chug along here. I'm trying to be able to still do this. And meditation, if I were a master of it, sure. But to get good at it, that itself requires ego. Well, okay, I mean, obviously it requires letting go of ego and that there is no ego, but it requires ego as in this energy store. You have to, or of course, maybe I'm not doing it right, because actually if you think about it in a certain way, no, but you're lying to yourself if you really believe that meditation is just about reducing energy, just about observing. And every time a mechanism wants to act and wants to consume energy and whatever, we let it not do that. That's called inhibition, though. And I know you're not supposed to focus on inhibiting. You're not supposed to try to do it consciously or anything like that. But just in reality, and if you do try to do it, you will fuck it up. But in reality, by trying to allow your observation or your attention on a certain thing to be the primary thing, other things have to be suppressed. Consciously, you don't have to be involved in that. You don't want to be. You shouldn't be. That's bad. But and so by consciously trying to focus on a certain thing, just letting the other things fall away. But those things are still going. But really what the system is doing is it's inhibiting those things. Yeah. Oh, just felt quite a peace there. That was quite nice. We just meditated together, kind of. Maybe the next book should be, I think in the list there was Forget the Self, or the Forget the Self or something, how neuropsychology is catching up to Buddhism. Nice. Okay, so maybe just scratch some of the things I've been saying. That just happened. But even if I did find a solution where I'm at like something to keep like chugging along, it's still not tenable. Like I'm still chugging along. It's not tenable. It's like anyway. We don't have to talk about. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk about my sire. And when I talk about my sire, I'm not really talking about my sire. I'm just talking about my present, really. And the point is I'm depleted. But also, yes, the point can be that I could resource myself. Do some nice breathing. But you know what really gives me a little boost? Knowing that I'm taking just a few seconds off the clock. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. All right. Yeah, we can do more work on that. But I think I would have to do that with somebody. I don't think I can do it by myself. Because I just keep coming back to, but I don't want to fucking be here. So somebody has to keep pulling me. Okay, I hear that. We've heard that it. Gotcha. But I want to hear from someone else in your mind now. I know there's that strong impulse. Get me out of here. I gotcha. What else is going on in there? And also, let's see how we can rearrange some things. First, we gotta know what else. What are we working with in there? Stay on that point, Era. Stay on that point. You're going back. You're reaffirming the soup, saying, "Oh, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I want." Oh, no, hold on. Just for my sake, humor me. Let's stay on that point. What were you saying about meditation? Okay, and we'll imagine that weren't an issue, that particular part of it, because I think you can imagine how that could be sorted. No, don't reaffirm the soup right here. Let's just stick on that, because this is how problem solving works, right? We're thinkers, right, Eris? Okay, so work through this with me, just so that I understand too, right? And I hear you. I hear you. I'll shoot you myself. I hear you. Pay me a little extra, obviously. But you're here now, aren't you? Let's give everybody a chance to talk in there. Don't think that just if someone says, "Oh, hey, but you know, oh, if we figure out like a possibility for how you could be happy, don't think that means like you won't be allowed to ever leave, right? You're still free. You have free will, Eris. Wish I could find a therapist as smart as me, bro. Anyway, and that only looked. I don't know how that looked to you, but that was very representative, I think, of what therapists do. So it wasn't actually like I was doing anything out of the ordinary or impressive. Anyway, all right, let's get into it. I'm sorry about all that. Okay, the effect was massive, and it doesn't have to be extreme horror. Tearjerkers, like terms of endearment, also compel us to respond emotionally. But if we try to suppress our feelings, this makes us vulnerable to temptations. Field, along with a growing body, and maybe Eris, you can figure out another way to express your feelings. How about your YouTube videos? Aren't you getting it out there? Sure, it feels completely undermined when someone then says, "Hey, I watched your video," and then they like just, but that's not true, is it? You're just telling no, and that hasn't even been your experience. Most of your comments, if not all of them, have been like, "Whoa, I get this thing now." So yeah, that makes you feel really good, doesn't it? So you don't have to suppress your feelings. You find a channel, an outlet for them. That's right. And no, that won't always be pretty. It's not, the outlet of these feelings that I have is not always going to be like, "Hey guys, here's what critical recognition is. And here might be some cool benefits of it for society." No, sometimes it's like, "Fuck you!" Yeah. Yeah. Because we're not talking about here just suppressing the thoughts. We're talking about suppressing the feelings. And I can't take it anymore with Sonia. I'm going off on her. Today I was so hard on her. I said to her, I said to her, I talked about the evolution thing in the hours that we've been hanging out here. And I said to her, you can't, if I tell you that you don't know anything about evolution, see, in French, you're saying like you don't know anything about it, but I do. For me, there is less of a firmness still. It's like it almost feels like you're exaggerating. So it's not literally zero about it, but like you don't know most of it. You don't know the consequences of it, and I'm saying you know nothing about it. Anyway, you know nothing about evolution. When I tell you that you know nothing about evolution, can't you just shut your mouth? Do you have to then debate that with me and end up only proving or showing more that you don't know about evolution? Because, by the way, we are great apes, or we are great primates, or whatever. And that's another thing. I just want to say that we with our recent Western culture, we have this idea of everybody being refined, no one ever really expressing like emotion, or it has to be like justified. The thing is, we are human brains, and I have blocked her lots of times and tried to get out of the conversation. She wants to have a conversation about some things, so, and I can provide that. But the only way to do that now is I ego depleted, bro. And it's this amazing thing where she can handle it. And I know that sounds like, and maybe, well, no, I'm not, Edast, I hear you, Edast. That sounds like someone explaining abuse. Okay. And that is how that would be presented with our understanding of us now. But, or the way we see ourselves now. But the reality is that I have a choice. Either I just remove myself from the conversation so that nothing impolite is said, or I'm a human being and I'm going to be rude when the craziest shit and the most stubborn person, the craziest shit's being said by the most stubborn person. It's not the most stubborn, it's not batshit crazy stuff. But it's enough for me to feel frustrated. I'm okay feeling frustrated, but I can't keep it a secret. It's going to come out. And I've told her that a number of times. I've said that at this point, I have zero patience right now. So you're going to be, because she said, I send you a message, you go off on me. I said, yeah, I'm going to be going off on you if you want to continue, because I don't have any means of responding any other way if you want me to respond. And the only way to understand it is to understand that we're brains. And then, or you can understand that by letting yourself go into situations, interactions, whatever, where you don't pretend that you're a robot and have no emotions and walk away anytime there's going to be emotion. And it has to be with someone that trusts you and that you trust, where it's kind of, yeah, we can yell at each other. We can say things that, I told her her beliefs are shameful. Anti-vax, and just God stuff that's just not at all justified, God stuff at all. Yeah, it's a shame. It's shameful. We've got information available now, and there are consequences to these beliefs. We should take personal responsibility and be doing a little thinking. But we're just human brains, so I forgive you. But you forgive me for being a human brain and using language like, can't you just shut your mouth? Why can't you just shut your mouth when I tell you don't know anything about evolution? Okay? You be anti-vax, and I yell. Okay? All right, let's go. But then we reassure ourselves, each other, Anyway, all right, let's go. So, when we try to suppress our feelings, this makes us vulnerable to temptations. Field, along with a growing body of addiction experts, believe that self-control or willpower... Hold on. All right, Field, along with a growing body of addiction experts, believe that self-control or willpower is a key component to understanding why some of us succumb to substance abuse after enduring stress. Whenever we exert self-control, it comes at a cost that makes us more susceptible to temptation later. This may be one of the reasons why so many of us give in to be. She doesn't have. I don't have to be rude to her. If I'm gonna say something, I cannot. There's no capacity to also make it soft. But no, I don't owe it to her. She doesn't owe. She doesn't necessarily deserve this. We can very well solve the conversation. It's not like because this is natural, she needs to take it if it bothers her. But it doesn't. I guess it doesn't. I don't know. I'll in a few years I might regret thinking that she was actually fine. I don't know what to do. Because then you block your thought. No. I shouldn't be in play, and I have no idea how else to. But it's just normal. We're just big apes, bro. Just big apes. Why are we acting like we always have to act like we're, on stage, bro? Why can't we yell at each other sometimes, bro? It's all these emotional processes that we have to suppress all day long. No wonder we have addiction problems, bro. I mean, this is everybody, not just me, someone with ADHD, there's even more of a cost to using what little willpower I have. I mean, she exhausts me. I do it. It's not like I just let everything out. It's part. Sometimes I have to block her just because I just get so upset. The other day, so I'm about to be too mean. Blocked her. And you're like, oh, poor girl. What did she say? I'll tell you what she said. She said she wanted... No. She didn't say anything bad. What she said? It was too much. It was too much. It was too much. We probably wouldn't understand anyway. It's just like too much because it was like the 100th time. No, what was it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what it was. All this time we're talking, all the times I've made mention of the script I'm writing using our conversation, of the translation. I said, can we please speak in English? I don't have to translate no more for the script. And she just keeps asking. And I say, all right, here, let's do this. We're gonna do a little point de départ. A little, like, see where you're at with your understanding of science and all that stuff now, so we have something to compare to after I've explained some stuff. So I had her answer, fill out a a Google form, with a whole bunch of paragraph questions, but like only asking for 1 or 2 lines. What is science? What's evolution? What are you? Where you come from? What's a logical fallacy? Give me an example of a bias. A whole bunch of stuff. And then I think she asked me, so who are you going to share this with? What do you mean, who am I going to share this with? Nia. You guys. What difference does it make? This is my job, what I'm doing with you right now. Yes, there's a personal and a friend component to it. It's my whole life. My life is my job, so it works out, but it's still, I have to use this conversation. I have to study it, this conversation. And she said, so, but I don't feel comfortable if people are gonna see it. So I said, okay, that's fine. No, but I want to learn from you. But I just don't feel comfortable if people are gonna see it, because sometimes I say things that I'm embarrassed about. Yeah, but that's normal. You're a brain. Lots of shit comes out of our brains. Lots of shit that other parts of our brains don't agree with. It happens. It's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna use the things you say, our interactions. I'm building on all of this, all of my experiences. And then it was like, so yeah, but I don't know, whether you want to teach me or use what I say against me. No, I don't know what your intentions are. First of all, I don't know what your intentions are, whether you have good intentions or not. So that's major for me. That'll send me off the handle. And maybe you can understand why. And then following that, it was I don't know whether you're actually asking me to answer these questions so that you can help me understand these things and help other people understand these things. She didn't say that, but that's what I would add in. Or whether it's to use it against me. Nobody cares about you. What are you talking about? Just a human. I'm a human. The only objective is for us to be better humans. That's it. If you want to get on this ride with me to try and become a better human and help other people become better humans, hop on. Otherwise, leave me the fuck alone. So anyway, my point is I'm depleted. And also because I've invested a lot, because this can be really awesome, me and Sonia. If I can have with someone actually gone from having the Warsaw illusions, believing in all of them, free will, integration, a conscious operator, a single conscious observer, rationality. If I can, who believes all of that, a soul, all that shit, to someone who's like, oh, And someone who, by the way, has demonstrated a lot of faith in their own impressions. Like sometimes you tell them facts and it's just like, yeah, that's not what I'm hearing in here, though. To get someone from that to someone who's like, whoa, remember when I used to think that I was like this sort of magical soul and that I would like have like an impression would happen, I'd have an interpretation, I'd have a thought, and then I'd just affirm it and I'd just believe in it, and I'd be like, and then I'd argue about like, I'd nitpick and stuff like that and all that, because I just had faith in every sort of interpretation I had. Yeah, Dunning-Kruger, bro. Oh my gosh. And to have someone else who, because she must be committed to it. Thousands of messages we've probably sent to each other. I don't know about thousands, but a lot of messages. So she's got to be committed to it. So I could have, you know, a partner in working on this stuff and in building these ideas. So it's really, really exciting because she is smart and flexible. She's just wow. But so I'm very, very excited about having actually, you know, there are other people that have sort of been like, I got you, it's very cool, but they were kind of already, you know, but to be able to go from that to that, well, that's gonna be pretty cool. So you're gonna be able to see that. I'm gonna post them once she gets over this. Oh no, but people are gonna judge me. Yeah, okay, but look where we're gonna be though. You'll be judging you too, sweetheart. But nobody needs to be judging me. Don't worry about that. It doesn't matter the past self. There's no real one self. Judging your past beliefs and actions. We're not judging yourself because there is no self. And if we want to draw a circle around a self, probably be the present self, right? And now you understand these things, right? Great. And by the way, when you didn't understand them, you were like every other person in the world. There's no shame in that. Every person. It's a lot of people. There's no shame in that. Social proof, man. Okay. Anyways, the point is that's also, I haven't been able to not talk because those prefrontal mechanisms here, they dormant. They're taking a nap right now. And there's no other option. I mean, I could drink some coffee maybe. Take another pill or something. But still wouldn't be working. It's better. Let's just let them relax. You're having fun. I'm having fun. All right, let's go though. We do need to pick it up. Wow, we just spent a lot of time talking about a lot of stuff. Okay. I'm time blind. Okay. Whenever we exert self-control, it comes at a cost. A cost that makes us more susceptible. What if I had, and that would be good. If I had a partner for videos, someone I trust, who tends to understand what I'm saying, and go, no, shut the fuck up. Just keep reading or keep talking about this one thing. Stop. I need a manager. I need a speech manager. Is that you? Do you want to do it? Put a comment. Okay. This may be one of the, whenever we exert self-control, it comes at a cost that makes us more susceptible to temptation later. This may be one of the reasons why so many of us give into behaviors that are potentially self-defeating. Many of us drink too much, eat too much, or engage in activities that we would prefer to avoid, or at best limit. And yet, most of us fail, despite our best intentions, to control our behavior. Roy Baumeister is a psychologist who believes in the concept of willpower and the reality of the self. He does not think it is an illusion. Dang, I thought Baumeister, he was involved in the Zeigarnik effect. And we were just talking about something. I said the Zeigarnik effect was related. Roy Baumeister. Roy Baumeister is a psychologist who believes in the concept of willpower and the reality of the self. He does not think it is an illusion. Moreover, he thinks the self has three different components. The self has subjective awareness. The self is defined by relationships with others. Me. Oh, sorry, subjective awareness. I. Me. Relationships with others. And the self with the mental muscle power to make decisions and avoid temptation. Executive functions. Oh, God, it sounds like my dad. When my dad is not okay. Anyway, whenever we succumb to the temptations we would rather avoid, Baumeister calls this ego depletion, as if the self has some kind of mental muscle that can become fatigued. Oh, you're about to say the whole ego depletion thing is bullshit? It isn't, though. I'm sure you're going to tell me about experiments where they measured prefrontal cortex activity, then had someone do something that was a really intensive task that required a lot of executive function, and then scan them again while offering them a piece of chocolate cake again or something, I don't know. And they saw that there's no activity here, or there's less activity here, and people tended to take the chocolate cake or something, I don't know. Doesn't have to be a literal muscle in your hood. It could just be any system that can be fatigued. Neurons, neural networks, the brain in general. Whenever we succumb to the temptations we would rather avoid, Baumeister calls... Wait. Whenever we succumb to the temptations we would rather avoid? No. That's not what he means. This is such shit. Whenever we succumb to the temptations we would rather avoid, Baumeister calls this ego depletion, as if the self has some kind of mental muscle that can become fatigued. With self-control, there's only so much effort you can allocate, and when this becomes depleted, you become vulnerable to behaviors and thoughts that want to take over. Okay. Tell me if I'm wrong. He meant whenever we resist temptations we would like to avoid. Oh, because of ego depletion. Excuse me. Okay. So when we succumb to temptations we would rather avoid, it's because we're in a state of ego depletion. I see. Okay, I got you. My bad, Hood. Okay. Ego depletion can be induced in a number of different ways. It doesn't have to be by sitting through movies of extreme emotional or violent content. All sorts of experiences can deplete our ego strength, from enduring bad smells, tackling difficult puzzles, putting up with others in crowded situations, or even being electrocuted with an unpredictable, mild shock. The need to control and the possibility that our willpower is limited mean that we find it difficult to resist our urges afterward. We eat more junk food, drink more alcohol, spend more time looking at scantily clad members of the opposite sex or of the same sex, especially if we are in a stable relationship, and usually have to resist this temptation. 2012, bro, sorry. So let me just we eat more junk food, drink more alcohol, spend more time looking at scantily clad members of our desired sex, especially if we are in a stable relationship, and usually have to resist the temptation or one of our desired gen sex, whatever. And maybe look at personality pictures, and generally fail to control ourselves as much as we think we can or would like to. Even when we do things that we think make us look more acceptable to others in the group, such as presenting oneself as competent and likable to a hostile audience, we are still draining our egos of willpower. That's why we always feel like a stiff drink after a job interview. When we just act like ourselves, we are less stressed by these experiences. Even bosses feel it. Having to reprimand others or ostracize others when it is not in your nature to do so is ego depleting. In an attempt to fit in with others' expectations by changing how we present ourselves, we are creating unnecessary distortions of control that will come back to haunt us in moments of temptation. Adopting public personas that are at odds with our true emotional profiles may come at a cost. Individuals engage in behaviors that are the antithesis to their reputation, precisely because they are a rebound against the extreme positions that they are expected to maintain in public. Is this why politicians and judges seem to be routinely arrested for cruising for prostitutes? Much of this sounds so obvious that one has to question whether you need to argue for some form of special mental muscle. What? Much of this sounds so obvious that one has to question whether you need to argue for some sort of special mental muscle. Hood, you're not going to tell me that there's no such thing as ego depletion. Is this just another metaphor? Actually, Baumeister thinks not. He has shown that the brain needs to work out to exert willpower, and this requires energy. Okay, yeah, Baumeister's right. Glucose is one of the brain's vital fuels, and Baumeister and his colleagues have shown that glucose levels are lowered during ego-depleting tasks. In one experiment, adults had to have a discussion with a Hispanic interviewer about equal opportunities in which they had to avoid displaying any prejudice. Those who score highly on questionnaire-based measures of racism had lower blood sugar levels, glucose, so less glucose in their blood, had lower blood sugar levels than did those who had no problem with interracial interaction. Those who score highly on questionnaire-based measures of racism, so on the questionnaire, it looks like you got some racism there going, some high racism there. They had less glucose in their blood after the ego-depleting task, because the task had used up, the ego to do the task had used up the available glucose, not calling them beanbags. All right. So after drinking one of those, those who score highly, blah, 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 they had a lower level of glucose in their blood relative to those who had no problem with interracial interactions. The good news is that you can reduce your ego depletion. After drinking one of those sugary energy drinks, the glucose is absorbed into the bloodstream at a rate of 30 calories per minute, and after about 10 minutes can be metabolized to feed the brain. Compared to those who had been given an artificially sweetened drink, those who had a sugary drink were much more able to deal with stress. In one of their experiments, adults were asked red words about death. This is usually ego depleting, as it has a negative effect on adults' subsequent ability to solve a later word puzzle task. However, not for those hyped up on a sugary drink. Reading about death did not affect their performance at all. Maybe that's why we should order the extra large sugary Coke at the cinema if we are going to see horror movies like Audition. All of this means that much of our efforts of self-control may be misguided. Most of us want to diet, but what do? We resist the temptation of that first chocolate only to find that the craving is even greater. Reducing our caloric intake with the initial chocolate reduces our blood sugar and makes us more susceptible to ego depletion later. That's why breakfast is important. And also for dieting, that's why it's important. It's a vicious circle. Even if you manage to skip a meal, you may find yourself gorging on alcohol or cigarettes or some other vice. Even moderation must be done in moderation. Sweet. Okay, I had something important to say. I'm pretending like, oh, now that I got to the end of the page, I'm going to talk. Right, because this is how my whole consciousness thing with my dad started. I know if you watch my videos, you don't exist because I would have seen your comments. And then if you don't put comments, that's fuck you then. Because you're telling me I'm reaching somebody and don't even get the reward of finding that out. Come on. Yeah, F you. So I'm allowed to say it again. No, this isn't every video. Anyway, no, fuck it. My dad, it all started because my dad read an article and he was like, now that I read this article, I'm going to be less pessimistic. And I'm going to go, okay, let's talk about how you're going to do that. He goes, what do you mean, how am I going to do that? I'm going to consciously decide to do that. No, Dad, that's not how it works. Consciousness isn't real like that. That's not real. Yes, it is. All right. Bladder control. Section bladder control. In an extension of his muscle metaphor, Baumeister believes you can exercise your willpower to improve your self-control. What do you mean you could exercise your willpower? You could make the glucose handling more... How can you... It's not an actual muscle. All right, Hood. Baumeister's wrong to... How could you... Yeah, no, you could habit it. You could... Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. You can practice it and so on. You can practice resisting a particular impulse to strengthen that network. And then the next time you encounter that impulse... No, but it's still going to need glucose to do it. But maybe you could rearrange the mechanism such that it does it more efficiently. And maybe the brain has a way of doing that. By practicing a thing, the brain will find the most efficient network that gets the job done. So when you're first doing it, a whole bunch of networks are involved. But then a nice, efficient route gets mapped out. And so then you need less glucose to do that. Yeah. No, so you can rearrange, but you can have it, you can make that it stronger through firing. And that's like increasing the strength of a muscle. In an extension of his muscle metaphor, Baumeister believes you can exercise your will, not your willpower in general, but a specific solution to a specific impulse, like a specific resistance or a specific act of will, or specific resistance or whatever. You can practice that network involved in that thing. But I guess if you just had more activity or more connections here at all, wouldn't that mean overall you have better willpower? In an extension of his muscle metaphor, Baumeister believes you can exercise your willpower to improve your self-control. For example, he found that by getting students to monitor and control their posture over 2 weeks, they were much better on experiments that measured self-control compared to those allowed to slouch around. So it's a general... So if you're constantly... So that's got to be some caudate, that's got to be some basal ganglia activity, noticing, being motivated to do that. And the frontal lobe gets involved. Oh yeah, we had to do this. And so then you're strengthening networks from the frontal lobe. You're strengthening that whole circuit. And then apparently that helps for other things in that general track. But you're going to say, no, it doesn't, right? So are we going to agree that's just specific? There are specific things you can practice? For example, he found that by getting students to monitor and control their posture over 2 weeks, they were better on experiments that measured self-control compared to those allowed to lounge around. Or you might consider the power stance. Simply broadening your shoulders and clenching your fists gives you more willpower and increases testosterone levels in both men and women. Like the effects of forcing a smile, merely simulating body postures and actions can elicit the corresponding biological changes in mental states that usually trigger them in the first place. Yeah, but the placebo effect wouldn't last, right? Another important key to success appears to... This is a new paragraph. You're leaving a lot of things hanging here. Another important key to success appears to depend on changing routines. Much of the problem of temptation stems from the habitual behaviors that we develop. It is much easier to give in to a set of behaviors than to create a new set. We are literally creatures of habit, and so we easily fall into cycles of behavior that seem difficult to break. If you really want to change your behavior, then don't try to make yourself stop. This strategy will only rebound and make you more vulnerable. Because by trying to make yourself stop, you're depleting your ego. But what do you think about what Baumeister said? You're going to pull the rug out from under us. We're going to think we understood something. You're like, Baumeister's full of shit. This strategy will only rebound, I feel like that should be pronounced rebound, and make you more vulnerable. Instead, find an alternative to replace the activity. Not only does this provide a different scenario to occupy your activity and a different network to be firing and to be habited, but it avoids the curse of ego depletion. Otherwise, you could simply practice holding your bladder and not going to the toilet. Miriam Took found that after she drank several cups of coffee to stay awake during a long lecture, toward the end she was bursting to go but had to wait. She wondered if all the mental effort she recruited to avoid an embarrassing accident could be used to suppress other urges. In one of her studies, participants drank 5 cups of water, 750 milliliters, and then, after about 40 minutes, the time it takes the water to reach the bladder, gave them an adult delay of gratification task, like our marshmallows thing. They could choose a cash reward of $16, which would be given to them on the following day, or $30 in 35 days, in comparison to those who had not drunk the water. Oh, when they were literally asked the question? More of the participants who were bursting to go held out for the larger reward. So my inhibition protocols are running. I am bursting. I'm inhibiting peeing because that would be so embarrassing. And they're fueled by that social shame, that anticipation. All right, so I'm inhibiting, motivated by a fear of social shame. And now you ask me, do I want $16 now or $30 in 35 days? And I'm going, yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, wait for the 35 days. I'll wait the 35 days. So now that could be confusing because it's like you think you're allocating a bunch of resources to inhibiting this. How do you allocate resources to delaying the gratification as well? And then on the other hand, so what this is saying is that, like, if you got the muscle working, then it's working, and so it can be applied to other urges. So when it's on, it's on. Like if I turn the light on to find my book, if I turn the light on to find my pen, I can also use it to read my book. It's on. But it is consuming electricity. So I have to be able to do those things at the same time. Because if you do that experiment, if you have people wait, they drink bottles of water, make them wait, maybe you let them go pee, you let that nice relief pass, and then you ask them, hey, do you want to delay the gratification? Wouldn't you find, based on other ego depletion experiments, wouldn't you find that they go, oh no, I'll take that 16 euros because, hey, I hope they tried with other numbers because these numbers are pretty shit. It's like just shy of, oh no, but people are choosing, okay, never mind. Oh yeah, so these are good numbers then. It's longer than it is dollars. Yeah, these are good numbers. Okay, despite all of that, they delayed gratification. But that's when they're like this. But if they had to do this and then after you ask them, so it's not on right now and it's just been used quite a bit. Now is it more? Probably. But in the moment when it's being used, it's being used. My other interpretation, though, initially, and what I like more, what sings more for me as an explanation, is that all your focus all your emotional focus is on the P. Emotion, right? Like making things happen. And it's about going above and beyond. It's about, it's about exceptional situations, about high stake things. So all your emotions are on that. So the mechanism that would go, ooh, $16 tomorrow, he's too busy going, oh, I have to fucking pee. So if you don't have that initial guy going, ooh, that's attractive, $16 tomorrow, then all you've got is a guy who isn't at all involved in the whole emotional pee and all that stuff, who's just like, oh, 30's more than 16, guys. But you guys usually never listen to me. You guys always want to get the immediate thing. Hello, anybody there? Guys? Oh, everybody's involved with the bladder control right now. All right. I'm just going to take the mic, guys. You guys seem to all be focused on that. And I'm not involved in that. Yeah, go for the $30 in 35 days, please. Whereas normally, if you just ask the person the question, and let's say you had depleted their ego, then normally that math guy would still speak. But then another guy would be louder, being, hey, 16 euros tomorrow, bro. And then that guy, the 16-year-old guy, would win out because the third guy, the ego, has been depleted and so can't resolve. So that's what's happening, I think. I think that in a typical system, you've got the knowledge that 30 is greater than 16, the desire for money sooner rather than later, and an inhibitory agent. So typically, these two are dueling it out. Oh, 16-year-olds tomorrow. Wait, 30's bigger than 16. They're dueling it out. And then the inhibitory forces coming from maybe the same team as this math guy go, hey, shh, shh, shh. You're right. 30's bigger than 15. Shut the fuck up. We're going for it. So there's three characters, right? Inhibition, the math, the money, the desire. Okay? Now, if you do an ego depletion thing, you wrap out this guy, now you've just got the math v the desire. Desire's going to win. Desire's going to win. If nobody's going to inhibit desire, desire is going to be stronger than the math. So you have them do a task, ego depleted, and we're talking desire now. But here's the other thing. What if desire is occupied? Desire is occupied, and so is inhibition. Then what do you have left? You only have the math left. So he's just going to go, yeah, go ahead. Nobody's listening to me. Hey, go ahead and do the 30. Nobody's stopping me. Normally I need normally for me to be heard, inhibition has to stop desire. But desire is busy with the bladder, so that's how I would explain it. In comparison, and also I have the right to have a couple of examples of my work here, of my thinking. Something I want, just like how we imagine looking at people's writing and their drafts and how their ideas evolved and so on. Now we've got videos. Now you can see how the great Solaris was coming up with this stuff. All right, so whatever. In any case, the people who hadn't had the water, who aren't bursting, they held out longer. They were more likely to go, I don't need the money tomorrow. Give it to me in 35 days. I just need to pee right now. Tuke even suggests that any type of financial decision-making might benefit from the increased bladder control. While these findings, I need to hear more about this. Tuke even suggests that any type of financial decision-making might benefit. Yeah. Get the desire, the silly desires, the emotions and all that shit. Get that shit occupied. Let the math be the only mechanisms talking. It won't come out as quickly and so on. It'll be a little timid, but yeah, that, yeah. Also, what about prospect theory? Or maybe this isn't prospect theory, but what about What about the anticipation of the regret of having passed up on it? What if they're thinking, oh man, if I accept the 16 euros, if I accept the 16 euros, I'm going to feel bad about it. And I can't deal with that right now. It's complicated because there's so many different mechanisms. You don't really know which ones are playing, what's our word for whether something is loud? Let's just say which ones are more K's or not. Yeah, which ones are more K's? So K's is an adjective to mean high kit and or high zit. A loud, influential mechanism. All right, good. Okay, so while these findings seem to go against the ego depletion account, Tuke thinks the difference might be explained by the fact that bladder control is largely under automatic, unconscious processes, whereas ego depletion is more cognitive. If I've ever seen a meaningless sentence, it remains to be seen how this story plays out in children, but I think it is very unlikely that we will be attempting such studies with children in our laboratory. I mean, can you imagine the mess to clean up? All right, so all that's interesting. We don't need to resolve it now. It's just talk about one experiment, it seems like, so. And some of it seems to be based on a lack of critical recognition. So. All right, section, a kid in the candy store. Remarkable, though, that ego depletion research is, one does not need to evoke a core self at the helm of our decision processes and behaviors. Each of the experiments, okay, so ego depletion, true, but doesn't mean that there's actually a central singular ego. But yeah, sure, is there an energy store? Is there a tendency towards less performance when less glucose is available? Sure. All right, good. Remarkable though the ego depletion research is, one does not need to evoke a core self at the helm of our decision processes and behaviors. Exactly. Each of the experiments and findings can equally be described not so much as the ego under pressure, but rather as the shift in balance between all the external things that compete for activity. It certainly helps to evoke the self-illusion in these situations because it provides us with a protagonist who fails to live up to expectations and ideals. Like a kid in a candy store, we see temptation all around us, but maintain that the self is the one being tempted into making the decisions and choices. What if it's the other way around? What if there's a kid who likes different types of candy, but each different candy competes for his attention? Each candy that pulls the kid closer is offset by yet another more delicious one that looms into view. Now the decisions and choices are not within the kid, but reflect the relative strengths of everything out there that jostles for attention. You nailed it, Bruce Hood. That's really good. That's good. That's really good. That's good. That's good. That's really good. That's really good. All you need to say to make me absolutely love you is, this just goes to show we don't make choices. Choices happen. Oh, this guy pulled me. Okay, this is great. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Now the decisions and choices. Now the decisions and choices are not within the kid, but reflect the relative strengths of everything out there that jostles for attention. Certainly there is a kid being tempted in this candy store metaphor, but we are mistaken in locating decisions within the child. The same goes for free will. All right, great. Typos be damned. This has been great. Ego depletion sounds like it involves some form of self, does it not? So does the self-control when avoiding eating... so does the self-control when avoiding eating the marshmallow. Who is making decisions and avoiding temptation if not the self? In his book, The Ego Trick, philosopher Julian Baggini points out that it is impossible to talk about the mental processes and behaviors of a person without invoking the ego approach. Because of our language. You and I, we can work on that, eh? We find it difficult to imagine how decisions and behaviors could equally arise without a self. For example, we often hear that addicts cannot control themselves, but is that really true? Are they totally at the mercy of the drugs and behaviors that ruin their lives? No one is denying that addiction is a really difficult problem to overcome, but even the addict can avoid drugs if some immediate consequence looms larger. Great. Okay, brilliant. Few addicts would take that next drink or inject that drug if a gun was placed to their foreheads. Clearly, in these situations, the imminent threat of death trumps so-called uncontrollable urges. They are only uncontrollable in some contexts in which the competing influences do not match up to the allure of intoxication. The problem for addicts, then, is that the negative consequences of their behaviors do not match up to the immediate gratification that their addictions provide. They would prefer to not be addicted, but that requires prolonged abstention, which is more difficult than being addicted. When we talk about choices made by individuals, there are multiple influences and drives that compete for those decisions. Many of these arise from external circumstances. Even if the self and our ability to exercise free will is an illusion, not all is lost. In fact, beliefs seem to produce consequences in our behavior. The ego depletion we have just described appears to only work in those individuals who believe that willpower is a limited resource. In other words, if we think that our self-control is limited, then we show ego depletion. If we don't believe in limited self-control, we don't. You're getting way too excited. Let me process this without reacting to how excited you just got. Okay, I hear that, and I just sang your praises, so I'm not about to say no, you stupid fuck. Okay. All right, can you go out of the room? Let me just take a second. No, what are you talking about, bro? I understand how that could have an effect, and certainly if you are telling yourself I have ADHD and I have very low blah blah, then yes, that it will. Yeah, the remaining energy just won't be used because the brain will look for any shortcut to save energy. So if it's like, oh, we don't have energy, okay, no, never mind, no, we don't have any energy. Yeah, I hear that, but no way you're telling me if we don't believe in limited self-control, we don't have limited self-control. No way. Glucose is real. No way. Come on. All right. All right. I hear you. I hear you. No, why can't you just leave it at it has a, what you believe your limit to be, because that's activity in the brain, a belief. Of course, that has an effect on activity in the brain. But I don't say that it just goes away, that there's just no limit. You're telling me all those subjects and all those experiments, what they had been primed beforehand, hey, yeah, we're doing experiments on ego depletion? I hear you, Bruce Hood. Bruce Hood. I'm just responding as I would. I hear you, Bruce Hood. Bruce. I hear you, Bruce Wood. I'm just responding how I hear you, Bruce Hood. I'm just responding how Eris would. All right. Beliefs about self-control, from wherever they may derive, are powerful. And that just exhausted me, that idea. You're telling me that my exhaustion is wrong and that I could do even more? That's exhausting, thinking that I feel like I'm doing so much here. You're telling me that if I can get myself to believe that I can do more, that I'll be doing more? Oh, that's terrifying. I can't be doing more, bro. Okay. All right. Beliefs about self-control, from wherever they may derive, are powerful motivators of human behavior. Sure. That's crazy. That's crazy. Did he really say that? Let's read that again. In other words, if we think that our self-control is limited, then we show ego depletion. If we don't believe in limited self-control, we don't. Beliefs about self-control, from wherever they may derive, are powerful motivators of human behavior. For example, consider 10-year-old children who were told that their performance on a test was either due to their natural intelligence or their ability to work hard. Both sets were then given a really difficult second task that was well beyond their capability, which no one could complete. However, in a third test, the children who thought their initial successes on the first task were due to their intelligence also gave up more easily because they attributed their failure on the second task to their limited natural ability, which made them less likely to persevere on the last task. Bro, limited natural ability and limited energy are different things, bro. I'm all for a growth mindset. But what about all the experience you talked about needing a stiff drink and all that stuff? I don't know what's going on. However, in the third test, the children who thought their initial successes on the first test were due to their intelligence also gave up more easily because they attributed their failure on the second test to their limited natural ability, which made them less likely to persevere on the last task. In contrast, children who thought their performance was all down to hard work not only stuck longer on the third task, but also enjoyed it more. So it's better to tell your kids that they're hard workers rather than simply smart. The same can be said for free will. Sure, and I see where we're going with this, and I agree, absolutely. Absolutely no sense in believing you don't have free will. Knowing you don't can be important, but you don't have to constantly be reminding yourself of it. Act like you do. Because the system, it works better when it's like, I can do things. That's how I do. I mean, I act like I have free will. I'm like, I have to do this, that, and the other. Nah, fuck that. But I just know that from an outside perspective, the truth is I don't. Nia, come inside. The same can be said for free will. When we believe that we are the masters of our own destiny, we behave differently than those who deny the existence of free will and believe everything is determined. This has been studied experimentally using priming. Priming is a way of changing our mindset by manipulating the sorts of information we are made to focus on. Again, this is a strong indicator that our self is influenced by what we are exposed to. Half the adults were primed to think in a determinist way by reading stories that refuted the existence of free will, such as, ultimately, we are biological computers designed by evolution, built through genetics, and programmed by the environment. 100% a true sentence. But when you realize that when you're about 15, you have time to also understand, but the brain, I have to think I have free will. The remaining adults read free will endorsing statements such as, I am able to override the genetic and environmental factors that sometimes influence my behavior. Adults who were primed to reject free will were much more likely to cheat on an arithmetic exam and overpaid themselves with greater rewards than did adults who read the free will endorsements. To most of us, the absence of free will is tantamount to a determinism. I'm not sold. I'm just gonna have to leave it at that, huh? You're moving on from the ego depletion. I'm not sold that everything else, okay. Priming's been called into question with the replicability crisis, as is the pen in the mouth thing. But I'm with it. But the whole, if we don't believe in limited self-control, we don't have it, or we don't show ego depletion. We'll show it less, not as soon, but come on. We'll show it when it actually happens rather than just at our first opportunity to get out and to justify us blabbering on. Sorry, okay. To most of us, the absence of free will is tantamount to a determinism that sounds pretty much like fatalism. No matter what you do, you can't change things, which is just fucking stupid. That's a pretty demoralizing and stupid outlook on factless. That's a pretty demoralizing outlook on life that is bound to undermine any motivation to do anything. Maybe that's why belief in free will predicts not only better job performance, but also expected career success. No, I promise you there's solutions. You're like, why is it so important to us that people know that there isn't free will if everybody's happier thinking that there is? It's because the alternative is not, oh, well, I might as well just sit here. No, you're a brain. You're a brain. Do things. By telling yourself, oh, I don't have free will, you are now, that is affecting your brain activity. And you are now I don't know how to explain it, but you don't have free will. But that doesn't mean that decisions aren't real. I mean, they aren't real in the sense that you make decisions. That doesn't mean that they don't matter and that you need those values and stuff in the system in order for the system to do things. I mean, I still get out of bed in the morning, right? I still do things, right? I've never been, oh no, but then nothing I do changes anything. No, that's not what we're saying. We're just saying that, yes, technically from the outside, maybe, certain causes maybe could have been identified, or even Bruce Hood actually convinced me, okay, it's not even predictable, but it's theoretically predictable. Can we say that? But to say that, anyway. Workers who believe in free will outperform their colleagues, and this is recognized and rewarded by their supervisors. So when we believe in free will, we enjoy life more. I mean, what about you? You're not depressed, are you? The moral of the tale is that even if free will doesn't exist, then maybe it is best to ignore what the neuroscientists or philosophers say. No, it isn't. It's just that, Bruce Hood, you haven't figured out that understanding that the universe is determined, or it's having a deterministic material, believing in, subscribing to materialistic determinism, doesn't actually really sort of change anything. I mean, it does. You realize, oh, I'm not going to count on free will. But it doesn't mean that you give up the reins. It just means that your handling of the reins has causes. Doesn't mean you're not handling them, though. I don't know. I mean, you're not handling them freely, but it doesn't mean your hands aren't on them. Your hands are still on them. And if you go, oh, what? It's all determined, you take your hands off, then your hands aren't on the reins anymore. So you can go, oh yeah, hey, muscles, atoms interacting. And then, hey, look, you can watch them go, hey, and now I'm having the conscious intention of, oh, it's funny because that was going to happen anyway. Even, oh, that's so interesting. No, learn what they say, but just don't be broken by it, because that would be stupid. Maybe in the future, maybe we'll do a proper video on that. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. It's not my bliss. Y'all's ignorance isn't my bliss. The very act of believing means that you change. Watch this. Because you're thinking, Aries, you keep fucking talking. Oh, if you believed that you had free will, then maybe you'd be able to keep your fucking mouth shut. Watch this. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Right now, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. We'll talk about it afterwards, maybe. Yeah, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. No more excuses. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Let's go. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Well, watch me know that I have no free will, believe in an ego depletion, thinking I'm feeling completely depleted right now. I'm not pulling any strings here. Watch me. I'm not going to say a fucking word. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. The very act of believing means that you change the way you behave in ways that will benefit you. And the main reason this is true is that not only is it important for our self-motivation, but also for how others view us. We like people who are decisive because we believe they are positive and driven, and that makes most of us feel more comfortable than to someone who doesn't seem to reach a decision. Finally, just because something doesn't really exist doesn't mean that believing that it does is pointless. Fantasy doesn't really exist, but the world would be a much more impoverished place without storytelling. Also, you cannot readily abandon the belief. As the one who has done the most to identify the great Selfini, Wagner wrote, "If the illusion could be dispelled by explanation, I should be some kind of robot by now." You cannot escape the self-illusion. So should I put down... That's the end of the chapter, though. So should I put down your fucking book? All right. I am so tired. Chapter 5. Why our choices are not our own. The point at which we feel that we are making a decision is often well after the fact, and yet it seems as if we were responsible in advance of making our choice. How we make decisions can also rely more on those around us than we realize, and we might not necessarily be the ones in charge. We may feel like we are making our own personal choices, but in many instances, these are actually controlled by external influences of which we may not even be aware. This is something advertisers have long known. Since the very first advertisements appeared in ancient Babylonia, vendors have realized that it pays to let people know the name of what you are selling. Our choices can be greatly influenced by what we are told, even though we may not be fully aware of this. In the 20th century, it was thought that subtle marketing was the way forward to manipulate people's choices. For example, in the 1950s, cinema owners thought they could make the audience buy more drinks and popcorn by splicing single frames of pictures of products, too brief to be detected consciously, into the movie. The idea was that such subliminal images would register in the unconscious, leading the audience to think that they wanted to visit the foyer to purchase a soft drink. The advertisements could activate our minds below conscious awareness, making them even more potent. However, the scientific evidence for subliminal marketing is at best equivocal. Subtle messages do indeed shape our thoughts and behaviors, but when it comes to selling a soda drink, big, in-your-face advertising is best. This is why advertising sponsorship is so lucrative. Companies are prepared to spend large amounts of money just to get their brand in front of you because they know that people prefer a name they have heard over one they have not. Given the choice between different brands, people reliably choose the one they recognize or that seems familiar. Of course, not every decision comes down to a personal consumer choice, especially when we are asked about things of which we have no knowledge. Sometimes the decision can be so important that we seek out confirmation and support from others, especially those we perceive to be experts, such as medical doctors. We may be offered a choice in treatments, but most of us prefer the doctor to tell us what to do because we think she knows best. Yet in many instances of our day-to-day experience, we generally assume that given a simple informed choice, we can apply some internal process of evaluation and then, like a judge, make our pronouncement. This is wrong, because the processes that weigh our choices are unconscious. It may feel like you have reached your decision in the open courtroom of your mind, but in fact, most of the important stuff has been going on behind closed doors. You may be able consciously to consider choices as potential scenarios and then try to imagine what the choice would mean, but the information that is being supplied has already been processed, evaluated, and weighed up well before you have had time to consider what you will do. It's like when you say, I just had a great idea. It seems instantaneous, but no light bulb suddenly went off in your head. It may have felt like a sudden enlightenment enlightenment, but the boys in the back room had been developing the idea all along and simply presented you, my quotes, with their analysis. Like Libet's experiment, no single point in time marks the difference between knowing and not knowing when you're about to act. Even if you deliberate over an idea, turning it over in your conscious mind, you are simply delaying the final decision that has, to all intents and purposes, already been made. None of this is new. We have known since the days of psychology's early pioneers, von Helmholtz and, more famously, Freud, that there are unconscious processes controlling our thoughts and behaviors. What is new is the extent to which these processes are there to protect the self-illusion, the narrative we create that we are the ones making the decisions. This stems from the need to maintain the appearance that we are in control even when we are not. We are so concerned with maintaining the illusion of the sovereignty of self that we are prepared to argue that black is white just to prove that we are right. This is why we effortlessly and sometimes unknowingly reinterpret our behavior to make it seem that we had deliberately made the choices all along. We are constantly telling stories to make sense of ourselves. In one study, adults were shown pairs of female faces and asked to choose which was the more attractive of the two women. On some trials, immediately after making their choice, the card with the picture of the chosen woman was held up, and the participants were asked to explain why they had chosen her over the other. Was it her hairstyle or color of her eyes? The cunning aspect of the study was that on some of the trials, the experimenter used sleight of hand to switch the cards deliberately so that participants were asked to justify a choice they hadn't made, to support the choice of the woman who they had actually just rejected. Not only were most switches undetected, but participants went on to give perfectly lucid explanations for why the woman was so much more attractive than the one they rejected. They were unaware that their choice was not their choice. It works for taste tests as well. When shoppers were asked to sample different jams and teas at a Swedish supermarket, again, the researchers switched the products after the shoppers had selected the flavors they preferred and were asked to describe why they chose one flavor over another. Whether it was a switch from spicy cinnamon apple to sour grape jam, or from sweet mango to pungent Pernod flavored tea, the shoppers detected less than a third of the switches. It would seem that once we have made a preference, we're committed to justifying our decision. 10 seconds. It's just that we don't keep a record of how we arrived at the decision. So then once there's a decision, then the agit jumps in, the confabulation, and comes up with an explanation. Then we're committed to just. This shows just how easy it is to fool ourselves into thinking that our self is in control. As Steven Pinker put it, the conscious mind, the self or soul, is a spin doctor, not the commander-in-chief. I can't keep my mouth shut if we're going to be fucking talking about consciousness. It's just so stupid. Okay. Anyway, what did I want to prove anyway? Because yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Look at that. And it just proves it. We really do think Steven fucking Pinker, bro. I mean, you can tell from reading Rationality that he does not have critical recognition. Well, what do you call it? The soul, the self, the ego, the mind, the consciousness, whatever you want to call it. It's an illusion, bro. Oh, you know that. Good. You're quoting this Pinker who doesn't know that. That's fine. And it's hard for me to read that stuff. So I just feel like I'm undoing the stuff that we explain. I don't even know why he's harping on about this conscious mind and this unconscious stuff. It's just a question of how much engagement, how much play the thing gets when it's in the mind. If it gets lots of play, then the subject was probably aware of it. This overall system was probably aware of it, could talk about it, could picture it, whatever. And then if it's a split second thing, the it's that process that they don't send it to anybody. It was a split second thing. They're like, oh no, don't worry about it, guys. I'm not gonna tell you guys what just happened. So it's unconscious. It's just about whether or not you get play, whether or not the thing really gets play, and blah blah. And then the subliminal thing doesn't work out because that one little guy from that frame, he can't go and then start pulling all the levers. No, now he might go, hey guys, what do you think about some popcorn? But of course we didn't evolve to be affected by one frame of an image like that. Now, other hand, I bet you if you put a single frame showing a mutilated penis, a penis chopped in half, shredded up, you see the person's groin all bloodied, you see pieces of the penis and everything. You put that on for a frame, so that's a 30th of a second. That's some people I know can't perceive that. I remember I was editing a video one time and there was a gap in the frames, and so it's just 1/30th of a second it went black. And I was like, what the fuck was that? And the person I was with goes, what are you talking about? And I kept playing that. I was fascinated. I was like, you don't see that. You don't see that black right there. Every time you don't see, that's amazing. Now, would that be enough to pick up certain gory things? I think so. I think probably our amygdala and vision is pretty ready to see stuff like that. Or it can just be a bunch of blood, but whatever. If you make it so it's not too much detail that needs to be worked out, and it's very clear what it is, you do that. Show it for half a second. I bet there are experiments that show that people describe feeling uneasy. They attributed it to something else. Yeah, but not popcorn, but something really visceral, really big like that. Hell yeah, that would have an effect, bro. So anyway, I'm not convinced that. Yeah. Anyway, and also stop talking to me about consciousness. The conscious mind, the self or soul, is a spin doctor. No, the ajit is a spin doctor, and sometimes maybe that's who we identify with. Because the ajit, that's a big talker. Okay. Having been presented with a decision, we then make sense of it as if it were our own. Otherwise, it would suggest that we don't know what we are doing. Got to resolve that cognitive dissonance, which is not something that most of us would readily admit. Section, sour grapes. That we can so readily justify. You can't ask me to read about consciousness on my channel, knowing how much y'all already, just people in general, how compelled they are by the idea. I know that anything I say about it, if I don't address it, okay, this is black or white, ADHD thinking, all or nothing, sure. I maintain that it's the case that if I let one thing get by, that y'all are going to think that you're souls and that you're going to get 72 virgins, but I can't really trust that because I do have ADHD. So, okay, all right, I hear ya. Okay, look, I have free will. And so I'll speak when I fucking well please, and I'll read when I fucking well please. How about that? All right, section, sour grapes. Can we take a break soon? Cognitive dissonance. It's coming up. Monty Hall problem. Risk analysis. Analysis paralysis. No, because we should. Because I shouldn't be reading. No human brain could have just watched everything that just happened. Or even if you had it in the background, it's enough. We got other shit. You got other shit to do. All right, I feel you. You're right, and I'm tired. I can't say I'm ego depleted. Can't even say I'm tired, can I? That's just negative thinking. I'm not tired. I got plenty of energy. Free will. I can do whatever I want. Bye. Alright, I got something for you. Maybe people aren't bullshitting. Maybe when they're being polite, they're not like lying. They're not thinking one thing while, hiding it and saying the thing that's supposed to be said. Um, when people say things, and sometimes maybe if you're watching this video, sometimes you're having a conversation with people and they say something, it's like everything that you're like doing belies that that's what you're actually thinking or feeling. And so we think that they're misrepresenting. Um, I'm not talking about, I have to be absolutely clear, I'm not talking about manipulative people and narcissists or whatever. I don't really believe those people exist. So I'm not talking about someone who is trying to trick you with malicious intent, but someone who just seems to hide behind politeness, or just sometimes they say things and it's like, um, and it'll seem like there's something else behind it. You'll ask them about that and they'll say, honest, no, I wasn't thinking that at all. No. Now, sometimes, of course, maybe we're being paranoid, but it happens a lot with my mom, for instance, where she'll say things, and I feel like she's speaking in double speak, but I for years thought that she had been sort of figured out, or not figured out, but I thought that she was getting defensive when she was denying the other thing that I thought was the origin of her thought. All right, let me try to think of an example. Okay, this is easy. Because I was just hanging out with a friend, and I couldn't do that all the time, but okay, I was hanging out with a friend, quarantine, and she was pretty frank and stuff, but sometimes she would say things and I had to read between the lines. So for instance, okay, this is not an example from her, but often something that humans will do is they'll say, like, if they like want a thing and they can't see it, but they know where it is and it's out of reach, and then they'll ask the other person, hey, do you know where that thing is? As sort of part of they're not planning to get up to go get it. You're walking around, they're like, hey, do you know where blah blah is? And then that's your cue to go get it. But what's an example for her? All right, well, you know what? I thought of her when I was doing a class earlier. I was working with these two kids, and one of them said, we were doing this drawing thing. So at first I was like, all right, we have a minute and a half and we can draw. And then she said a minute and a half. Okay, so that's pretty explicit. That's like, what? That's not enough. So then I said, oh yeah, we could do 3 minutes. And then she like she agreed with it, and I said, do you want to do 3 minutes? We could do 3 minutes. It might be long, but we could do 3 minutes. Now I had said something like that. When I said it, I really meant that seems like it could be long, but all right, we're gonna do it. And so that's what I said. I said, all right, this first time, let's do 3 minutes. But typically when a human says that, when they just like point something out, this is kind of like my video where I talked about persuasion by giving just the parts, the premises, the pars. So rather than saying that's too long, I don't want to do that, we just throw out the fact, oh, that's a long time. But sometimes we don't even do that. sometimes we just say, oh, you want to do that? Um, one thing with quarantine is sometimes when I would suggest that we do some activity, sometimes she'd say, okay, cool, yeah, I'm down. But other times she'd say, right now? And one of those times I really didn't mean right now, so I just said today. And she's like, okay, cool, tonight, yeah. And then another time, all right. You know what? I don't think I'm going to do a good job of finding examples. And honestly, if you don't notice it, then I'm actually talking about you anyway. And if you do notice it, then you don't need examples. Okay. So for people who see that, who see when people are talking, their words are saying one thing, but there are other words and what you know about them and so on, without any malinting, would suggest that those words aren't representative of sort of what's going on or aren't telling the important pieces of the story. And that can be very exhausting for someone like me. And it's incredibly difficult for me to do it myself. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like it just feels like I'm juggling a bunch of things. I have a thought and a feeling. I'm stopping that. I'm sending out another thing, and then I'm not allowed to like tell them 5 seconds later. No, that I didn't really mean. Now that you've agreed to it, can I just that this is this has to come out now. And so that's a thing with people with autism or ADHD. So here's what I was thinking though. I'm watching a show right now, SWAT. And gosh, these characters are all just so full of shit and so polite and all this stuff. And I started and I thought about all the times when I felt like someone wanted to say something other than what they were saying, and then would bring it up, and they would, at least at first, everyone absolutely would deny it. But lots of times, if it's someone I'm close with, they've been like, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that is what was happening here. That is what I was thinking. Oh yeah. That okay, yeah, no, that's more what I meant than what I said. Yeah." And so the thing is, what if they really don't know? In which case that means we all exist on a spectrum where. So what it is not a spectrum of autism, but a spectrum of how much we can react to our own words. No. How much we can, I think that there are some people who can experience their thought and what it means, and experience their words and what they mean, and experience the gap between them. And I think that there are some people that are not as good at that. Everybody can do it if you say that the sky is pink. Look up at the sky and say that it's pink. Or even not look up at the sky. Or say that you're hungry when you're not. Everybody can, experience those two things at once. Nobody experiences it all the time. And it's probably pretty rare that there is no difference between the words that come out and the average activity or the main activity in here. All right, so what would that look like? So what that would mean is a person, maybe they don't even experience the thought or the feeling, or once they're about to express it, the words replace the thought and feeling, and the thought and feeling just goes away. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. Let me say something, bro, and this is important. 2024 Ekber 16 Charlie Delta, and it's I just literally saw it. I can. What did it say? 1808? No, 1743. Okay, never mind. Right. Thank you. Sorry. The fact that you can come up with arguments for or explanations for something does not mean that that thing is true. Because what we do know is true is that the brain is very good at coming up with explanations that it will itself find convincing. So I say this for, and then of course the flip side is true, that the fact that you can come up with, you can point out errors in something doesn't mean that that thing is wrong. You can, honest to God, always play devil's advocate. You can be assigned any position, not necessarily you personally, but either someone who's good at that, or it's a position that they don't have much, they're not much invested in. That maybe they can be assigned any of the position, and you can justify it and be compelled by your justification. So when I'm reading and I age it, I say like a bunch of things, like problems with what I read, to sort of justify my disagreement with it. So something I was just thinking about as I was brushing my teeth was I had said, but glucose is real. Yes, glucose is real, but does that necessarily mean that ego depletion is real? No, not necessarily. And I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that I am, like you, very good at identifying errors or coming up with reasons to believe something. So it's kind of scary maybe at first because we can't depend on, here, let me think about that thing. Okay, I've come up with 4 reasons for that, 5 reasons against that. Okay, then I'm going to go with that and that. Only to find out you could have very well come up with 5 reasons for that and 5 reasons against that. So I can, well, then what do I base it on? If it's not the ease with which I can justify the amount of things that I can say in support of that or in contradiction to that, if those can't be, if I can't depend on that, on that quantity to judge how confident I should be, then what do I do? You just have to look at the research, really, other people who are doing it, or if that's your thing, that's the thing that you're working on. You can honestly, but you gotta be slow. You gotta slow down. You gotta, okay, I just come up with a whole bunch of reasons why that sentence was absolute bullshit, but of course I did. Doesn't necessarily mean that it is. We'll just see whether something triggers me that sort of, whoop, and then I sway the other way, and this machine starts being able to think of reasons why it is true, why it is good. So that's why you always have to leave that room and just be comfortable. And I guess one way, I guess what we just came up with right now, didn't we, is and not that we're the first, but if you're like, oh, oh yeah, that's clearly wrong. It's wrong because of A. It's wrong because of B. It's wrong because of C. What'd you say? think of 3 reasons why it's right. No, it's wrong. I just thought of A, B, and C. They all show that it's wrong. You're saying absolutely just force myself. Oh, right, because the fact that I came up with that list doesn't mean that it actually is wrong. I'm good at that. And I'm probably being... A, B, and C might have been shit reasons, but they were compelling to me. Okay. All right, let's see what I can do. That is right because... A, no, that's stupid. See, no, it is wrong. I came up... because of D? No, that's stupid, because I came up with A, B, and C to say that it was wrong. It is wrong, bro. You want me to really get into it? All right. D is stupid. It's right because, I don't know. I guess some people can say E. I guess you could kind of say, like, E, F, G. You want me to convince you with those? All right. This is right because E, F, and G. Yeah, what was I saying about A, B, and C? No, because it was wrong because... Yeah, it's wrong because A, B, and... No, but damn. Damn, you're right. Okay. Damn. Fine, now that I'm thinking about it, that's right because of X, Y, and Z as well. And it's wrong because of J, K, and L. Damn. Okay. Wow. Okay. So if that's, so then just leave it to the experts. But if that's where your thing has to be, then you got to get pen and paper and write A through Z and try to be serious about the thing. I don't know. I don't really have, I don't have an answer yet for that actually. But it would be some form of Manalaris could have a decision-making component.
That an open society places an enormous intellectual responsibility on ordinary people. That is to say, in an open society, we govern ourselves by means of our opinions. We count them in elections, we discuss them. This means that the quality of our opinions will determine the quality of our politics. And this means that what will really determine the quality of our politics is the quality of our opinion formation. And education and media in an open society are those are the machineries of opinion formation. And one of the things you're seeing, and certainly in the United States right now, is a complete breakdown and degeneration of opinion formation. And that is a problem that, frankly, it's not a political problem, it's a cultural problem. Culture is much harder to deal with than politics. For that reason, it's going to take a while. This is not a question of an election cycle. It's a much larger problem. And frankly, I'm not sure what we're going to do about it. But I think the crisis is that deep.
Welcome to Gaza graduation. Let's see how much students actually know what they stand for. If you get them right, you win $100. First question, have you guys chanted from the river to the sea?
Yes.
Okay, which river, which sea?
The Sea of...
So you don't know the No. And the answer was the Mediterranean and the Jordan. What does Hamas say their number one goal is according to their charter?
They just wanted to free Palestine.
To murder all Jews around the world. How many years did Israel occupy Gaza?
Late 1800s, the entire time.
Since
It
48.
was actually under Egyptian control for the first 20 or so years, and then Israel actually left Gaza in 2006.
I'm shocked. Wait, they left?
What is the definition of Zionism?
Doesn't that mean you hate Palestinians, right?
Jewish people who think that Judaism is the highest race.
Zionism actually just means that you think Jews are entitled to having their own homeland to protect themselves from another Holocaust. You don't even have to be Jewish. That makes you a Zionist.
Okay.
What does Antifada revolution mean?
I don't know what that means.
But you've chanted it?
Yeah.
It's like a global call to murder Jews.
Wow. Wow.
Did you know you said that?
No.
Would you say it again?
Probably not.
How much have our foreign adversaries donated to American universities in the last decade?
No idea.
I couldn't give you a number on that.
The answer was over 6 billion. How many Gazan refugees have the Arab neighboring countries let in the last few months?
35,000.
The answer was 0. Look, you asked an education major about students don't seem to know what they stand for. So wouldn't it be great if these expensive colleges actually taught them something?
I want to talk about movements, social change, and critical recognition. Okay, so I saw a video on Instagram of a Zionist going and asking people who protest for Palestine, going and asking them what certain questions about the conflict and the history and things like that, to see whether they know what they're protesting for. I don't need to put that in quotes. No, I do need to put that in quotes. To know what they're protesting for. Of course, their protest isn't about the details. Any protest is when an idea or a need picks up momentum. And the only way that it can pick up momentum, what can spread among human brains, is something simple. Free Palestine, for instance. What is not going to spread among human brains, because we're not that smart and we don't care that much about details, are how long was Israel in Gaza, how many people have been led into Egypt from Gaza. Anyway, let me roll that clip now. Okay, so that's the clip. There are two sort of fallacies happening with this video, with the sort of point that they're trying to make with this video. So he said at the beginning, the ESSEC is, what do they know? Do the students know details about the movement in which they are participating? And their guess is, no, they don't. And they're also sort of acting like the ESSEC is, are these people right to protest? Is their protesting valid? And they're saying that, well, look, the ESSEC that we were explicit about do they know about protesting, our guess is, no, they do not know the details of what they are protesting. And so our secret ESSEC was, are they fools or not for protesting? And since they don't know the details of what they're protesting, then yes, they are fools. Okay, we can validate the case that there are people protesting that don't have the historical details, or don't have even the historical facts, you can say. They have a couple, but the ones that were asked about, they do not. And that's if we ignore the first fallacy, which is nut picking. And you always see this with any, when you have, whether it's liberals interviewing conservatives or conservatives interviewing liberals, or this side of the issue interviewing whatever, they're of course going to use the footage of the nuts. And the point is to try to use the nuts to represent the whole. And that's fallacious. And that's called nut picking. So like nitpicking, but nut picking. You're just picking the nuts and saying, hey, look how silly the people who believe this are. Here's a nut. Here's one person that has a really sort of absurd whatever. Now, but even if we ignore that, because I don't, even think that there was an absurd level of sort of stupidity shown here. I think that, yes, there were certain important details, not even important, no, there were certain details missing from the, well, from, you know, the thing. But that's not how humans function. You can't expect that everybody involved in a movement knows about the movement, or even really what they're sort of fighting for. I don't think that this video showed that they don't know what they're fighting for. You know, we can still believe, even with that video, that they know that Palestine has an unhealthy relationship with the state of Israel, such that attention needs to be brought to it, and Palestine needs to get some resources and autonomy back, and they need to be free from violence. But even that is, I mean, even what I just said was kind of bullshit. And there are certain things I would sort of correct about it. And even what I said with the sort of errors in there is more than you can really ask of an average human. Because the great and terrible thing about humans is that ideas spread like that, without the details. Humans don't care for the details. Give it to me in a couple of words. I'm excited for it. If that's what people are saying is true, then that's what's true, and it spreads. So on the one hand, the great thing is that then you have some really cool moments of progress, where, whether that be, so in How Minds Change by David McRaney, one of the main issues that he used as sort of the thread was marriage equality. And so he talks throughout the book on how within 10 years, majority opinion had shifted regarding marriage equality. And so I want to look at, so in his last chapter of How Minds Change, Social Change, let me just give you, we're going to look at a couple things in here. But anyway, in case it hasn't been clear, my point is that humans have an amazing ability to learn and to adapt and to change. And one of the pieces of that ability that exists biologically for us, that is a part of our genetically prepared brain, is that once an idea catches on, if other people are into it, then I'm into it. And so what's great about that is that if I don't know, if we've been eating from certain not very nutritious bushes, and then I find a bush with some very nutritious fruit, and I convince one person, hey, this is very good, and maybe I give them all the details. It's got, well, you know, maybe I don't know, I don't have names for, no, I would have names for sort of the certain tastes and odors. I would say, you know, we know that taste or odor is healthy. We've seen it in that other fruit, and blah, blah. And so anyway, so I convince one person that this bush is better. It shouldn't be easy to convince the whole community immediately, because then every Joe Schmo who finds a bush, then we keep moving and we lose sort of our go-to habits, and that's really stop fucking messaging me. Let me just put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Okay. Okay. All right. So I had forgotten to give a bit of background and say we don't want ideas and just any idea to spread too quickly. It's about balance. But if a couple of brains have validated an idea, then it starts to have a snowball effect. That's by design, such that the approval of an idea is taken as indication of the worth of an idea. So on the one hand, there are, of course, examples where that is an excellent thing. And of course, there are examples where that's a terrible thing. Religion, for instance. People don't need the details. Everybody's saying God's real. They don't go and read any religious texts. They don't do much research. Okay, cool. But then on the good side, there's stuff like how quickly marriage equality can spread, anti-slavery can spread, and a movement like Free Palestine. So chapter 10, Social Change, From How Minds Change by David McRaney. So he starts off talking about we were pretty smart about 2.5 million years ago, but we had a couple implements and artifacts and stuff. We created a couple of things, but nothing was really happening. Brains kept getting bigger and bigger, but still over 100,000 generations, nothing was really happening. And then the world changed because of an ice age. So there's the ice age that comes, and deer and rabbits and bears all survived, as did our ancestors. But our ancestors didn't just survive, they thrived. They advanced, surging forward technologically, breaking free of the cultural stasis of the previous era in an unbroken cycle of change that led to this very sentence. And of course, that was because all of a sudden, you've got this with the ice age, a bunch of stuff changes: food availability, warmth, body temperature, how to maintain body temperature, stuff like that. A whole bunch of new demands, so then we had to figure out new ideas, but our brains couldn't the genes couldn't change that quickly, such that we're born with like, oh, I should make a jacket, or we're born with, I might as well not even look for trees like this. I should dig in the ground for something. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. That high frequency of change remained constant, and many animals that depended on slow-moving genetic evolution didn't make it. The ability to hunt prey, build nests, dig dens, howl to locate kin, or flock to mating grounds without having to be taught only keeps you alive when your generation is likely to face the same environment as the last 20 generations. Our ancestors couldn't build new bodies in the time it would take to match them to the new conditions, nor could they quickly evolve new brain structures with new built-in behavioral solutions. So they had to develop a suite of tools for creating new behaviors on the fly and then copying them from brain to brain, not through reproduction, but through communication or through demonstration. And so we've got plasticity, abstraction, metacognition, language, social learning, perfect imitation, theory of mind, argumentation, and reasoning. Those are my quotes. All right, anyway. So then changing our minds became our greatest strength as a species. But since members of the same community comparison shop from the same pool of ideas about how to respond to their shared environment, in the immediate period after an environmental change, the most popular ideas remain the most influential. So a total culture-wide response to environmental change is often delayed. First comes the environmental change, then the cultural change. But the cultural change lags behind, sometimes for a long while. That change is inevitable, but it can take generations. In some instances, though, it happens within a lifetime. People become members of multiple tribes, and with that comes the freedom to change. Oh no, that's yeah. Contact hypothesis. I'm looking now for the. Repeated shocks to the system that before seemed futile now have the potential to change the world. Seems like it comes out of nowhere because all they see are the middle dominoes. Alright, maybe just fuck this video. Oh no, coda is what I wanted. The last chapter. Okay, a biased manner for the purpose. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I'm over this video. I'm so annoyed about those messages that I just got. Right, whatever. The point is, and maybe I haven't articulated and I didn't articulate it well. The point is that social change is only we're not that smart, number one. Okay. So then how do you spread an idea if humans aren't very good at judging ideas? Well, you put into the design that they don't really need to judge the idea. A few people judge it, and then if a few people are into it, a few more get into it, and then once a few more get into it, then some others are inspired to get into it without even understanding the idea. But of course, then what matters is these have to be good ideas, right? They have to be, those people who are initially coming up with those positions or ideas need to have done research and then also know how their interpretive mechanisms function. And then even the people who pick up the message, even who don't get the details, but just the gist, they need to have some idea. They need to have critical recognition, some understanding of how we think and so on, so that they can not pick up a message that is an obvious error, is an obvious bias, is an obvious fallacy. Like, for instance, if you remember that bush example, so I discovered some great new fruit. Now, let's say I come over to my community. Instead of talking about the things that I talked about, I say, this fruit is really good because no other animals are eating from this tree. So there's going to be plenty available. So this should become our new food source. Well, that's not even, I mean, that might just be terribly unreasonable. So that's not a good example because that's not like a specific fallacy. Gosh, there's such a point to be made right there. Because it really shows you that the fallacies are unique to humans. I mean, the fallacies that we talk about exist because of the way that our brains are. If our brains could have evolved differently to have other fallacies. So it could have been a fallacy, something that sounds reasonable but isn't, to say, hey, this food is really good because no one else is touching it, so this should be our source of food. We could have evolved where somehow other animals not touching it didn't mean that it wasn't good. And where the most important way to judge whether food was good is whether it was abundant or not. We don't do that. I mean, for us, you hear someone say, hey, we should go get some of that food because none of the other animals are touching it. That we would go, what? None of the other animals are touching it, because our mechanisms, human psychology, and maybe most terrestrial psychology, I don't know, is if other animals don't want it, because we all basically eat the same thing. So if other animals don't want it, then it must be bad. But if we had evolved on a planet where everybody had such different dietary needs that it's awesome when you find an untouched bush, because there's no reason to think that it's poisonous. It may just be that that doesn't have the nutritional value for those animals, but it does for us. Yeah. Anyway, so it's just good when you put filters in place So let's to God. Gods are good examples. The whole ideas, different ideas of gods and so on, different deisms. That's a good example. When we have critical recognition, you hear someone say, "Hey, I felt a presence, and I'm thinking that all of this, an agent made it." Well, if you have critical recognition, you go, "Of course, we would think that." You seem convinced of that, but of course, you would be convinced of that because we're human brains, and of course, you would go from, "Oh, look at that tree," to, "Oh, an intelligent entity made that tree." That's a leap that seems reasonable to us, but we know that it isn't because we have critical recognition, we've learned the fallacies, we've learned those things that seem reasonable to us but aren't. And you said you felt a presence. We've learned about sort of the parietal lobe and so on. So we know that it's possible for this machinery to feel a presence without there being a presence. So yeah, I'm going to need more than that to sort of stamp this idea. And then bad ideas get slowed down a little bit. So anyway, so the point is that whether you're protesting Stand for Israel and fuck Hamas, I'm not going to be surprised or even really judge. I'm not going to judge the movement if you don't know the details, because that's just the design. That's just how it works. And likewise, if you're saying, "What's up, buddy?" Anyway, all right. And likewise, if you don't know what river and what sea, but you're championing free Palestine, well, I'm free Palestine. I'm on that side. Don't know where Palestine is, but then that's okay too. That's just how it works. Nothing could change or spread if every human involved needed to have a full understanding of the situation.
What is carbon dioxide?
I went to high school, but that's carbon dioxide is a gas.
Okay.
I'm not a professional to talk about carbon dioxide so much, but
Well, you want us to abolish it, right?
carbon dioxide is what I see it as is, it's a gas that exists in our atmosphere, and
What? Is it a major part of our atmosphere? Or?
it's a huge part of our atmosphere, yes.
It's actually a very small part of our atmosphere.
Well, okay. But, yeah, I don't know. What are you asking specifically?
Well, you said we need to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. I'd like to know first if you know what it is. How much will it cost for us to become carbon neutral in the United States by 2050?
I'm not a professional on that. I don't have an answer.
You don't have any idea?
No.
You just think we ought to spend the money?
I'm not an economist.
If we spent those trillions of dollars and became carbon neutral by 2050 in the United States, which you advocate, how much will it reduce world temperatures?
I don't have an answer for that.
You don't know?
No.
You just think we ought to spend the money and then see what happens?